all roasted up. I still cannot really marinate my thoughts around the circumstances that made that woman become a beast instead of a mother who understands what it means to bleed, what it means to carry a child for 9 months, the travails of motherhood, and then to talk of delivery. And then you could look at someone's child and wear it all out on the child without a redress, without trying to hold your hand and a little bit. One would want to wonder if a human being really did that. I mean, to really analyze it, you want to wonder if, you know, I did a clip sometime 2 weeks ago, and I said we actually have 2 kinds of bandits. There are domestic bandits. I'm sorry, but I have to call that woman a domestic bandit. One who treats life like life is not worth a second. One who does not understand the privileges that are accrued to a common person. And you try to overuse your strengths, your dominance, and your age over a child. I mean, it's nothing to write home about. I don't know how this has been auguring with people who see it and try to converse around it, but I've not really put myself together. Each time I look up that picture, I mean.
And I learned she has been given about 15 years.
Yes.
Do you think that that is equivalent to, you know, what the level of injury that has been inflicted on that boy?
All right, so the boy is not dead. Fortunately enough, the boy is recuperating. It's under intense medical care and attention. That is not to say that we are equating the level of menace that has been perpetrated on the body sequel to the number of sentences that the woman has gotten. But I tell you of a day and of a big deal. The years that she has been given is also not going to serve her a platter of good food, because there will be emotional pain, which is even more dreadful than the body pain she inflicted on the child. She's going to stay without carrying her own child that she so nursed and carried like a mother. She's going to stay without seeing her plump young child, the boy. She's going to stay and not feel the warmth of her home. So emotionally, she's going to be more traumatized than the guy. Physically, she's going to be looking and really see she's abandoned. You know, when the whole world has come on you like a hailstorm, like a thunderstorm, and they want to let all hell loose on your head, it's enough to kill you within the 15 years, where nobody will be showing you any level of mercy. People will not be treating you well. People won't speak to you well. Probably most of the people who used to love her will not even come to see her, while she will be resting her butts in the prison. So emotionally, she's also going to be as blistered and battered up like the boy. Because if I feel that the greatest pain of a mother would be to unwillingly let go of her home, not to talk of her children. So the 15 years is going to serve her a very toxic juice of her own pill in another direction. It may not be enough, but for me it is good, because she's going to live in absence of the feel of being a mother. She was, you know, you saw her weeping up. She was weeping. Please, let me be with him. Let me be with the boy. He's sick. He has been throwing up since morning. You know, the probability and the probability that the son may even die. So you know about people's children dying, and you didn't know about the young chap of 10 years who you were battering up incessantly, dying also. I saw that 3 days ago, the boy had 2 injuries. Two surgeries were carried out on the boy's leg. And, you know, within me, I'm still wondering, what really happened? What level of insanity is this? Who is this? How do people perpetrate such level of inhuman acts and they still breathe, sleep, and they eat well as if nothing has been happening? Because it was the action of the people who were living with them in the same residence that called out to the boy where he was abandoned in an isolated, should I call it a cubicle security house, in an isolated place. So even the cold will come hitting on the boy directly. Ants will bite him, mosquito will bite him, and you never felt an inkling of emotion to save the boy. So let her enjoy the fruits and the beauty of her 15 years without anybody reaching out to her. And I pray that blisters and some things will come up on her body so she would at least feel what it means to carry swords unattended to.
But one would wonder about, the husband as well, because they are a family, so it doesn't go without the husband not being aware of something like this going on. But it seems like all the heat is on the woman alone.
Should I tell you my truth? So I'm even more angry with the man. Knowing he is around, knowing he is the male figure, knowing he has a dominant role to play in calling the woman to order. So I'm so eaten up with the fact that there was even a man in that house. And I wonder what has been, transpiring in that house. I wonder the series of actions that cascaded down the line that has made that man a moping man instead of a reacting man. I don't know how Nigerians are, enjoying the series of movies that come out from not calling the man to speak. Tell us what you have done. Tell us how you try to intervene. Tell us if you even tried at all to salvage the matter. I mean, nobody in their normal God-given senses will look at that boy and not dare to do some things.
Now, this is just one incident out of many incidents that happen across the country. And why do we see such rising cases of abuse and violence against children, particularly children that were sent out to as helps or maids and things like that?
I was just driving into the quarters. I was about to enter the street and I got a call, a very tension-high call. And they said, Uni mama, a child has gotten his eyes bandaged up by the auntie that she lives with. And, she keeps beating up that girl to the point she got the eyes injured. And this morning, the eyes of that girl is being bandaged. 3 weeks ago, she registered her in a school. And for one day, the girl has not stepped her feet into the school. And I said again, in less than 3 hours or 3 days, this particular one is happening. Someone there injure another child's eye just this moment. And I told myself, once I leave this place, I'm going with my team to the woman's house. The woman said nobody will do anything. That the girl advising her to send the child back to her parents will not do a thing. We are coming to do something with her. Because you don't manhandle a citizen of the state. You don't manhandle a child who has a right under the child right law. So too many cases swim and travel around this society. If we come up to say it, if we come up to divulge the volume of societal nuances and ills that eat up the society, we will all lose it. We will completely not believe in humanity. But I still know that there are human beings who do things in the right proportion, who are sincere about the love they share, who are sincere about the kind of heart they have for other people. Because we all cannot turn into what I am saying today. No, it's not true. It's not true. So, but the volume of evil being perpetrated at a time in this society brings you to the point where you are even scared of almost everybody.
What would you say is the reason behind this evil?
Yes. So I see people who have wrong foundation. I see people who are bedeviled with the poverty situation of both their families and the society. I see people whose communication is faulty. I also see people who do not understand the tenements of the law and how to abide by the law. I also see a society where everybody gets away with some of the things they do, so they keep doing it. I see a society where nobody is aligned to follow a procedure. Do you know that a child that I saved last week from one man who was terribly beating up that young boy, when I called the mother in Onitsha and I said, if by dusk of today you don't come to pick your son from this family, I'm going to write to the commissioner of Anambra and you will be apprehended and you will know how serious it is to be a state task force person. And she said, Madam, I don't know where they are living. I don't have their phone number. How? How? You took your own son and handed over to someone like a commodity. You mean your child was handed over like a product? You are in Onitsha, and your family and your son is in ENUGU, and you don't know the exact location, you don't know their address, and you don't have the phone number of the man your son is living with, an 11-year-old vulnerable son. And I said, Madam, I have no more long words for you. But if you do not leave all the important things in your life in Onitsha and come and pick this boy, I will take it personal with you. And by 4:15 of that day, she came from Onitsha and she picked the boy up. I was glad. I was glad. Because I told her, call all your ancestors, call the people of your village. If you don't pick that boy from the hospital, where that boy is with the man, already battered up, a boy that will cringe at the sight of the man, he will seriously be beaten up and sent under the rain. And you tell me you don't. And what shook me was when I called her initially and I said, Madam, you need to come for your son. And she said, yes, somebody has called me. I think what you need to do is to put him in the vehicle and I'll pick him up. And I said to her, 11-year-old boy, I'll put him in the vehicle and you will pick him up. Are you saying that we live in the states where security, where commuters and the people are so organized that this boy will journey safely to where you are and you will pick him up? That was where I lost it completely. I was like, have we gotten to this point where people even say things without weighing it? I should put an 11-year-old boy for you. And I said, Madam, I said it in Igbo. I said, if I open my eyes and drop my phone, and that boy is not with you in Onitsha, the same woman who says she has already prepared her abacha to sell, she doesn't know what to do, she don't know who will help her, that we should help her. 4:15 of that same day, she picked up her son. So poverty is there. People not being careful, being in disregard of the law. There's bad foundation of believing that if you do not manhandle children roughly, they will never grow to be good adults. But not at the volume that we're seeing. And not even with manhandling. There's a level of poor communication that some parents share with their children, where their children do not let out how they feel and what they feel to the parents, because the parents are high there, the children are low, hidden somewhere, dying in their recluse. So there's a whole lot of factors. And we keep saying this. My scare is how much we've said this, where we've said it, and how we continue to say it, yet people continue to live by it.
You mentioned this, just listening to this story that you just told now, and I'm wondering, isn't there a way that this idea of giving out children to people can be stopped or handled? Because I think at this point, even parents are also part of the problem. They know that their children are being maltreated, but they leave them there. Is there a way this thing can be stopped?
It has been regulated by the states, by the Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development. It has even come up as a bill in the State House of Assembly, initiated by Honorable Princess Obi Ajurugu sometime 2 years ago, that if you bring in a child, come to the ministry and administer her biodata or his biodata. go to the police and say, I brought in this child, and you are not allowed to take a certain age for an aid or a help. So that we will understand. Did you notice something about the current case that we're talking about? The child who is being maltreated looks even smaller than the son of the woman who battered her up. So who is carrying who? Who is caring for who here? And I see women do a lot of these things. They say, don't bring me a grown-up, oh, I cannot manage them. And so your child is 5 years, you're bringing a person of either 5 years or 6 years. I mean, it's ridiculous. It makes some of us women look like we are the devil ourselves. Who is carrying who? That case that we intervened in Tinker's Corner, where the woman got the child's hair heated open with a nail, and they pushed her into the bedroom. It was a neighbor that called us in the next morning, and that child was saved. The woman and the husband, they are swimming their life now in the correctional center in Nsukka. That girl will walk until 12, and by 12, she's still carrying a fat baby that is 1 year old, and you expect her. You expect that girl, that young girl, who is still awake by 12, not to let the baby she's carrying to slip off her hand. I mean, this is the height of...
You mentioned the Child Rights Act, and I know that we have laws that are there to protect our children, but even with these laws, we still see this high rate of why do we have laws that do not seem to actually protect these children in real time?
I'll tell you why. It's simple. So, we have a culture where the judiciary is slow, and the judiciary do not uphold sanction. If I know that a week or 2 weeks will not pass without me seeing an offenders register where someone is being sentenced for either maltreating, sexually molesting a juvenile, defiling, or any class of abuse, people will really caution themselves. If I also know that no matter who I am, and I fall into this level of crime in the society, that I will not get help from either a government friend or who friend to save me, I will be very, very skeptical of getting myself either as a perpetrator or an accomplice. But because 60 to 65% of the time, people get away with crime, because they know the judiciary is slow, the police... I don't want to talk about the situation of us and the police here, because we've said it and said it and said it. They will always appear and they will contradict the truth. I'm just praying that a day will come when all of us will wake up and live in so glaring a truth that it cannot be dampened. But as at this moment, there is denial from both the police to the judiciary. If you get a case of defilement or a case of child abuse, and you're delaying it in 1 year, 2 years, there will be more numbers coming up. But beautifully, Anambra has taken the bull by the horn by not allowing this one to pass a week, and the woman is already giving conviction. This is what we're saying. It doesn't give us joy to see people enter the prison. It also does not give us joy to see children maltreated. People need to put themselves in order.
Now, this is actually very worrisome, because if the judiciary is slow, and just like you said, the time frame for getting justice is so prolonged, the security agencies are also not to be trusted, because they also have lapses on their own end. What then does that mean for the children in this situation? Like, what hope do they have when the hopes that are supposed to be there for them are not functioning at maximum capacity?
All right, so the people will make demands. There's something in our work we call social accountability, social auditing. It comes from the people, not from the governing. And so when cases like this come up and people keep making demands, the jurisdiction that is responsible for taking up matters will see to it. The problem is that a lot of things are cushioned and we soon lose our voice to continue to make demands. The children should not lose hope. There are still good people fighting the cause of both equity, both health, both rights. There are still good police officers. Because for what we are saying, we are not generalizing it. There is still a system where you find good legal practitioners who want justice to hold power. Even if they are just minuscule in number, but we have them. So the children should not lose hope. Because you know who will intervene in your own case. And you don't know how your own case will be handled. But I'm even praying that the children don't continue to have cases. It doesn't speak well of a 21st century society that intends to develop more, that intends to have a future, where children under 18, 17 is having a rise, a hike in number of different levels of abuse being meted on them. It's not just dehumanizing, it's a dark image for us as a people. Because beyond what is happening to the children, we should also see ourselves as a people who are failing in some areas.
Now, apart from handling the perpetrators of this crime, what about these children? For instance, this boy that has been so brutally disfigured all over his skin, and also the other people who have endured one form of abuse or the other. Do we have a well-structured, functioning, safe haven for these children, both in terms of their mental health and just trying to bring them back from whatever it is that they must have gone through in the hands of these people?
Okay, so what you're asking of, we call it PSS in our work, where there's rehabilitation, there's reintegration, there's medical production or provisions for them, and health care for the children. Now, we have shelter, but I tell you that the shelter, it's not adequate. It's not commensurate to the number of cases that chill ENUGU society per day or per month or even per year. So there's need for us to have more conducive shelters. Again, we need more medical practitioners. We need more counselors who have more of the clinical psychology qualification and also the mental health qualification data. So there's a whole lot we still need to do. We have a safe haven. The problem is that our safe haven is not enough. We have FSP, we have Tamasak, we have some other shelters who privately or indirectly are linked also to the government because of collaboration, but it is not enough. We also talk about the sustainability of the children who come to these shelters. How much can they be kept? How long can they be kept? What is being provided for them? So these are the areas where I tell you that people need to keep making demands and the government will prioritize it.
This growing trend of social media, now it seems as though most of these issues come to public light and everybody wants to pitch in when it is viral or when it goes online on social media. And I start to wonder, for instance, this boy, I mean, this has gone on for a while. It didn't just start just now that we are seeing it. So why is it that behind the scenes, possibly people around, the neighbors, or didn't, act towards it up until now, and then it goes on social media? Like, I just want to hear your thoughts on that idea of bystander effect, where people just stay from a distance and watch until maybe one person or a group of people decide to take it upon themselves to, you know, make it public?
There's a slogan we used to advise. That was 2011, 2012. We say, be your neighbor's keeper. See something, say something. I mean, that acronym, it's so common. That slogan is so common that I wonder why it is hard for our people to indoctrinate it. I wonder why it has become so high for our people to imbibe it. You know, it's someone that called me this morning. It's not her child. The child who is being maltreated is not her relative. But she had to look out for that child. We just need a lot more persons becoming humans than becoming, I don't care. Or even if I care, I don't want that woman's or that man's trouble. I think that's the cluster. The cluster is this group of people who think they have a lot of problems to go and, you know, bring in other people's problems into their own curfews. But then, what would you say if something you would have, you know, gotten involved in kills another? We don't divulge the names of people who report. We don't divulge how they reported. We come to you and we tell you this case has been, like when we get to the woman's house today, we will knock and we say, we're from the state task force. We had a child is being maltreated here. Can we see the child? Madam, who are you? Has she been going to school? If she's going to school, let us have the number of the school where she goes to. And today, madam, send this child home. And if that girl is badly injured, she may be sent to the police. Because you don't just injure people. What if she goes blind? You're bandaging her eyes. And you still have the temerity to tell people that they will do nothing. Because you feel you are assertive enough to carry out actions on a child who is vulnerable. At the same time, you are being approached. You are assertive enough to say people will do nothing. No, people will do something. So I think for us as the media and us on this side as gender advocates, we need to also be loud like the people on social media to say, look out for your neighbor. Look out for the truth. We need to be loud. The media, you are the fourth estate of the realm. We have a collaborative activity with you because we also speak out to the public. We are the intermediary between the government and the people. So I think what we should do is loud it. Look out for people. Monitor what happens. Do you know that while I drive, if I see any child who is supposed to be in school and on the streets, or if I see you, you're so young and you're hawking, I will stop. If a lot more people did that, we would have. But people, you know.
Generally speaking, would you say that the system in Nigeria has failed children?
So, I will not say they have failed, but they are almost about to fail. Because you don't put an end to something that is not ended, right? So I will not say they have failed. And let me say it, if we resurrect today, if we have a paradigm shift today, if we remodel the style with which we prioritize human being in this society, as of today, it won't be late, oh, because a lot more instances are coming. A lot more children are growing up to meet us. A lot more things will still happen. So if we have gone 85% bad, the remaining 15 should be salvaged by redressing it and trying to step further back and gain time. So I will not say we have failed. I will say we are almost failing. And if we succeed in failing, just like they used to say, the society will pay for what the children will give back to the society. Because there's no injured soul that will not injure another person.
Well, thank you so much, Onyi Mama, for joining us this morning on the program. I enjoyed this conversation with you, and I do hope that this issue of abuse and violence in children comes to an end. Thank you so much for joining us. Onyemama is the Executive Director, Heroine Women Foundation. She's also the President, Women Support Women for Human Empowerment and Mentorship Initiative, WSUWO, talking on the rising incidences of abuses and violence against children in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow this in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning. Thank you so much for joining us and for being a part of our program. Make sure to stay tuned as Signature Morning from our Abuja studios will be coming up next after this break. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Have a nice day.
Hello, another day, another hour to welcome you to the conference. My name is Mwabo Senjoko. I just read a story that apparently it was not a story, right? It was a feature somebody was writing. And the gentleman was describing the trauma of a Nigerian doctor who lost a patient on the operating theater. He had administered the right drugs, he had taken all the right procedural steps, and in medical practice, nothing could have justified the death of that patient on that operating theater. Post the death, it was then discovered that all the medicines, all the injections that the doctor was administering were all compromised, either fake, as adulterated, or had expired. But those drugs were supplied to that hospital as the right drugs for that procedure. And I sat back in our newsroom and I said to myself, this is not a one-off occurrence. In our hospitals after hospital, in our homes after homes, in situations of emergency, professionals and families are frustrated after taking the right steps to save life, to save a situation. You discover that they still lose a life. A sickle cell patient has an attack and decides to use the ice inhaler or high inhaler and puts and puts, or an asthmatic patient puts and discover that he's inhaling nothing. Absolutely nothing. Fake, expired, or adulterated drugs. At a point, we began to look at this as a national crisis, but it's being reduced to a conflict between the pharmacists, drug merchants, those selling drugs, and the regulators. So The issue is being drowned by accusations and counter accusations of people using it to undermine the business of some section of the country, or people using it to make themselves rich by extorting. This morning, we are going to look at that human challenge, human problem. But we are going to look at it from regulation. Nigeria's fake food, adulterated food and drugs regulation, and the over-centralization of that regulation. You want to bring in a drug into the country, you either have to come to Abuja or come to Lagos for it to be processed and certified. It takes 1,000 years for the officers from Abuja or Lagos to get to Kano or Sokoto or Katsina to oversee what's going on there. To come to Bridgehead in Onitsha, they have to prepare an armada of security, soldiers, Air Force, Navy, police, DSS. Should it be so? What obtains in other societies? This over-centralization that delays regulation or even makes it imperfect, is it how it obtains in other societies that also regulate? It's a human society, a human problem. It's costing us human lives. And my guests, my friends, with whom I discuss these national issues day after day, week and after week. I'll start from my extreme right. Alpha Jardine, media consultant, but now turned cowboy. Alpha, just a minute. I understand you're just coming back from Western United States. Did you come back with a horse?
Well, I'm thinking of how we at best can improve on food security by having the right quantity of protein in our diets. And as it were, as you know, our president just went to Brazil, and part of what was discussed in Brazil was to see how, as Nigerians, we can also come up with farming practices as obtained in that clime.
Thank you very much, Cowboy Alpha Jardine.
Thank you
Welcome
so
to
much
the
for
program
having me.
today.
As always, I'm honored.
Very good.
Thanks for having
and
me.
Also, I'm immediate right, Dr. Obinna Nwachukwu, who is looking rather pharmaceutical. Aren't you? This is medical pharmaceutical. Yes, please.
I've never worked in a pharmacy. But if you have drugs to give me, because we are all sick in Nigeria, I will gladly accept.
Please, I will give you a fake one. I'm not an apothecary, so I will give you a fake one.
We know we have the history of having our heads sick. I can't remember ever sick. So if you also
and maybe one of the challenges with fake drugs.
That could be satirical.
Okay. And Jezani, I'm sure you're not sick because nobody's going to administer any fake drug on you.
No, I'm healthy.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, we're making it a little bit relaxed, but it's a very serious matter.
That's right.
In my opening remark, I talked about the story I read that prompted this conversation. A doctor does all the right things, and yet he loses the patient right in the theater. That is frustrating. A pharmacist offers you what he thinks are the right formulation for that drug. You get home, you discover you're drinking chalk. In emergency, that should have been handled just the way I said. Somebody has an attack. He's bought what ought to be the right medicine. He administers it. He dies. Now, worse than that, you go to a 5-star hotel and they serve you what's supposed to be fine spirit, quality spirit. As you collect the thought, you discover that you might as well be drinking horse urine. Fake foods, fake drugs, Jardine, I'm going to begin with you. First, let us start from the dangers of those fake drugs and fake foods.
NAFDAC as a regulatory body came into existence in 1993, largely because of the reasons you have enumerated. As we go through this discussion, we'll get to realize, have we gotten any better? Have things gotten any better? If you look at issues that surrounds unwholesome food, fake drugs and what have you, the bottom line remains that it is a security issue. If we are thinking of insecurity on our farms, on our roads, what we ingest into us that either makes us well or makes us sick is something that we should look at as a security issue. Why was NAFDAC brought into existence? NAFDAC was brought into existence to see to it that when it comes to manufacturing, distribution, advertisement, exportation and importation of these drugs, as it were, because it's a world of comparative advantage. In some instances, these things can be locally sourced.
Yes.
In some instances, it has to be imported. And we also export. The whole idea is we must regulate. And in the course of regulating, or in the course of regulation, are we getting it right? Perhaps if we are not getting it right, why are we where we are? Because whether we like it or not, if we look at the merchants that are behind this trade, these are people that are daredevils, and these are people that will stop at nothing to see that their trade moves on. You just made mention of the fact that an asthmatic patient will want to use the Ventolin, as it were, being a brand name, and you will discover that the person is just sucking in air and the person dies. We have heard of instances where doctors took patients into the theater. At the end of the day, the gas was mislabeled. Instead of oxygen, it was something else, and the patient dies. We have heard of instances where I was discussing with a friend of mine this morning. Sometimes in the course of this year, the early part of this year, I had to treat malaria 5 times using different medication. I think at the end of the day, we got one right. If one were to trace these things, you will trace it to the fact that most of these medications are fake. That's on the one side. If you also want to look at it from another seam, the bottom line is that as a country, we need to wake up. Because as I did mention in my earlier remarks, it is a security issue.
It is a security. I just said to him, can you look at the implication of this? Look at it. A doctor loses a patient, not because of incompetence. A child dies in the family, not because the father or the parents couldn't buy the appropriate malaria drugs. An asthma patient in the university collapsed because he or she didn't buy the inhaler, just because the quality, the formulation was fake. Now there is, before we go to the regulator first, can you look at the trauma, the inconvenience to the patient, to the professional who's handling the patient?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. This is also another wonderful topic you're bringing up, like you've always done. The other thing, before even we look at the maybe implications or the effects, we also need to look at what is even the reason, what are the causes? Because that's what we call cause and effect. First of all, when you look at the hospitals, we have structures or buildings that we call hospitals, but they are bereft of basic equipment and basic facilities. I remember at a particular time somebody said that hospitals are mere consulting clinics. So in such a case, you don't even have the basic things. I remember there was a time I was having some symptoms. I ran a test, and I was told there was nothing wrong. But after medication, it didn't stop. I went to Lagos, and it was discovered that I had typhoid. And when the right medication was applied, I got healed. Many of the equipments today, even in the laboratories, many of them are obsolete. Many of them give you, if you want to know, do a similar test in 2 or 3
different facilities.
And you see the results. And that's why you go to a doctor will tell you, I don't accept results from so place. Then you also have doctors who have their own lab facilities they patronize. If you don't bring results from that laboratory, they will not accept it because of what they call 10%. So last year I knew that doctors collect 10% from every lab, every referral they give you. So in other words, I refer you to where I will get something, not necessarily for you to be healed, not necessarily to appropriately diagnose what is the problem with you. So that's
another dimension to it.
Then when you talk about fake, I can tell you that virtually everything in Nigeria is being faked. Even life we are living is being faked. That's why they will tell you that it is who wear the shoe that knows where it pinches. A lot of people are living fake life. Even the ladies are living fake life. Men are living fake life. I was told of somebody that got married. This is on a lighter mood. You say you want us to relax. You know, somebody got married 2 days after the guy filed for divorce because he realized that all he saw in that lady were all fake. Fake buttock, fake breast, fake even the powder or everything was coated.
Don't mind, we come to the fake.
So that thing has also permeated, that lifestyle has permeated the drug industry. But then, how many drug manufacturing companies are in Nigeria? Many of them have exited the country. And we are not doing any serious thing to either ask them to come back or establish similar things. I was discussing with Alpha the other time. He said, we used to talk about technology transfer. Some people that worked in such facilities, why couldn't they be able to get what they learned and replicate it in the country? So they are not there. We don't have such major factories. And those who are here are also facing challenges. There was something we call economic stagflation. So you don't want to lose your customers because if you increase the price, they may not want to buy. So you now reduce the quantity and quality so that you will retain them. But then the effect will not be there. So the trauma is so much. The trauma, that's every time now you go to hospital, you wonder, everybody is either malaria or typhoid. The next thing is kidney failure, is dialysis. There are common incidents that are happening.
Yeah, I'm going to take my cue from there, Andy.
Coming to Rampart.
The first from the laboratories, he mentioned it, and that is critical to me in the sense that if you go for a laboratory test, if a doctor refers you to a laboratory, I want to ignore the corruption side of it. And the laboratory uses fake chemicals, fake chemicals for the procedure, and therefore ends at a fake result. You carry that fake result to a doctor. Where do you end up?
Where you end up in Nigeria today, unfortunately, is that eventually one person who is involved may end up
becoming rich.
Mortuary.
Okay.
The person who actually was involved in this will end up in his home. Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
There are two things involved. The society pays little or no premium on human life. And secondly, we have no standardization anywhere. Forget about whatever we are talking about. Our colleague here who first talked about this being a security issue. It is not only a security issue. It is also a reflection of how a society actually, the premium it places on life. In societies that are serious, in the ones we call developed society, and even in some of them that are not the developed ones, you do not get away with any of these. The consequences are very dire, very high. For any of the laboratories or any of the professionals, quote and unquote, who get involved, licenses are lost, long jail terms are involved, and people they find themselves actually being discouraged in a very stringent way from getting involved in this. But the man who killed or the woman who killed somebody in his laboratory will always be there in his place next to tomorrow trying to kill another person, and nothing happens.
Yeah, but Andy, I want you to stay on with that. The man has not willingly killed somebody. He has not purposely decided to produce a fake result.
Yeah.
What has happened is that he bought what he thought were the right elements ingredients, whatever they are called in laboratory science, for doing that process, for that test. But because what has bought are either expired, inferior, adulterated, fake, no matter what you call them, he ends up with the wrong result. So he passes what he's got from his laboratory to what the fake drug, what the fake element has forced him to bring out.
In the final analysis, we are all guilty and we all pay for this. But I'm not going to buy your, from where you are coming from. The fact that somebody passed a fake product to me and administered it and somebody dies, I'm not going to be free. So you are going to find a whole chain of responsibilities and obligations by people. Yes, it is true. We do not have the mechanism for properly checking all these things, and they escape from all the way from the war, from wherever they are coming. That is one lie. But the hospital, the lab, that actually finally somebody, unfortunately, but somebody pays, that ultimately administers this and somebody dies, cannot simply raise his hand and go home and say, well, I thought I was doing good, but the man died on my team. So a whole line of people invariably, ordinarily, ought to pay for this. That is the only way to get about recovering the society, but we are nowhere near there. People get away with murder, literally, in our society. That's actually what is happening.
I just wonder, are you aware that we have what we call medical laboratory scientists?
Yes.
Body?
Yes.
What is their role? If I operate a laboratory with fake equipment, fake materials, and I'm dishing out fake results, and my third son, I almost lost him some years ago when he was born. A similar thing happened. If not that one doctor came in and said, I told my wife, who prescribed this? Well, he said no, don't go with it. They did another another test on him. But we have people that have been paid, government officials, that are supposed to regulate these things. Because I mentioned NAFDAC. How often do they?
We are going to come to NAFDAC. We are going to come just one second. Okay, interject. I want to bring us back.
Well, Chief, you see, the whole idea is this. I am not one who believes that this country is as bad as sometimes we portray it. It's the same NAFDAC. You said we'll get to that. The same regulatory body has often told us, okay, don't use this, don't use this, don't use this, because it found out that there was something wrong.
Thank you. Just hold the break there. The national conversation has always revolved around customs. These things are smuggled into the country. These things pass through customs check. Should customs bear any responsibility for the entry of fake drugs, regulated drugs? Because there are two dimensions to the challenge. There are drugs that have been abused. There are drugs that if you administer them, you don't get the result you want. We're focusing on those ones first. The ones you have administered the drug you need. The right name is there: XYZ malaria, XYZ anesthesia, XYZ antibiotics for so. And the doctor has made appropriate recommendation of the appropriate drug for that ailment. You drink it, it doesn't cure you. You keep drinking and you die. Custom dimension. Allow these things to pass. Does the customs service bear any responsibility?
Yes or no? Yes and no. Customs, yes, they are supposed to be they are expected to be at the border, and they're supposed to control the influx of these things.
At least in respect of banned drugs.
But I also believe that we are over-laboring the Nigerian Customs Service. For example, maybe I have no knowledge in medical...
in pharmacy, pharmacology.
You
expect me...
You engage me in Nigerian Customs Service and you put me at the border. It will be difficult for me. So I believe that NAFDAC, I think NAFDAC is also one of the...
By elimination, we're moving by elimination. Responsibility doesn't lie squarely on the customs.
No.
It's
a multi-stakeholder approach. I'll share a thought with you, sir. My colleague here did make mention of standardization. It's key as far as the topic on the focus is concerned. What makes it key? I will tell you something, sir. There are some nuclear reagents that are used for medical purposes, clean medical purposes, not for the kind of uranium enrichment for destructive purposes. And I can tell you, those are some of the most highly regulated products around the world. In fact, it leaves, I think it is Vienna, different countries of the world, and before it eventually gets to hospitals where they are needed. Urology patients will tell you, you know, I can tell you what some of those things happen. The IG will have to sign. The person in charge of NAFDAC will have to sign. Even the director of the DSS has to sign. I have that based on privileged information because I have had to use one or two of those reagents over time. Now, if that can be the case, I can assure you that if we are truly serious about looking at how best we can stop the importation of what is fake into this country, let's also look at the man who will go and say, do this thing from a substandard standpoint. Let's look at our unmanned borders. It's a very serious issue, and the problem is multifaceted. You know, you made mention of the customs. Chief, Doctor, I want you to realize something. In the customs service, there are pharmacists.
I agree.
Right?
But how many are there?
Oh, no, sir. Then it doesn't matter.
Do they have
They
the
are there.
manpower?
You see, no.
Do they have the manpower to man
Beyond
all the entry points?
beyond that, sir. You see, there are. I mean, we all agree there are agents. There are agencies in Nigeria whose responsibilities cut across. SON, a standard organization of Nigeria. NAFDAC is there. The customs is there, as you are talking about. Our security agencies.
The immigration and all that.
Everybody has a role to play, and hence, if stakeholders play their role, you know, is anything perfect? I don't believe so. But I want to believe that we can reduce these things to the barest minimum. Once upon a time, we had the doing in Nigeria, a lady called Professor Dora Akunyili. You and I knew the fight. She fought her own brothers, if I may put it at that. Because in Chief's remarks, earlier remarks, he made mention of, oh, some even look at it as it's a business that is from a certain part of the country. We don't need to further explain that. But the bottom line is that it only calls for responsibility on the part of everybody involved. It is common. NAFDAC as a regulatory body has done so much to say any medication you buy. I remember when Professor Dr. Ohi was I think it was during his time that thing came up. Any medication you buy, scratch it, put it the number on your phone. If it is fake, something will happen. If it is not fake, something will happen. These were, you know, things that the agency did towards seeing that they safeguard us as what have you. Consumers. You know, for me, it will always be a security issue. Let's not forget also that security is everybody's business. Sir, talking about unwholesome foods, there are places in Kaduna, there are places in Abuja, there are places in Nasarawa State where people have been found to manufacture alcoholic drinks. Yeah. I don't need to call the name of the alcoholic drinks, from spirits to lager to
tablets,
and what have you. Drugs. Let's even talk about these drinks. Now, I can tell you, do a survey. I have done same in Kaduna. I have done same in Jos. Go and look at what our youths are consuming. Under the guise of the economy is bad, they have now gone to things, of course, the Ogogoro thing, the shepherd. You know, it is even worse. Let me even tell you what makes it very bad. If you are even drinking the Ogogoro that comes from source, not these chemicals that they put in sachets.
That one in Jos is called Goskolo.
Yeah,
you understand?
There's one they call Baby Oko.
Everything.
Good drivers and all that take early in the morning.
Well, yes. You understand? So these are the issues. And then before you know it, renal failure.
Yeah.
And then we start saying, oh, where did this come from? Quite often you can't even trace the source. Where do they sell these things? They sell them in the motor parks. Yeah. We have women who sell this to people that should be their children and their grandchildren. In open market, you see people carrying it.
On the streets.
The Abo woman,
Jagdin, I take exception.
And not that. So
please, Dr. Binna. In this country, our own locally brewed gin was called illicit gin by the British.
That's what we call
Please.
Chief, that's what we call
It was called illicit gin.
Chief, that's what we call
And they themselves were bringing in London Dry, and it was called licit drink. So when you come here on this program castigating Ogogoro, I take exception to it.
In fact, I don't think you got what I was saying.
You didn't get, because
you didn't get what I was saying. I am saying that the Ogogoro
is the main drink.
He's referring to what we call sapling water.
Yes.
Which is the main thing.
Which is the main thing.
Good,
None of these chemicals.
but they're not the ones added chemicals.
Not these chemicals.
Thank you very much for saving our
In
identity.
the southeast, palm wine, they will distill palm wine and it turns into that.
Spirit. Thank
So
you.
where are those men? Where are those craftsmen? Where are those ingenious brewers today? Where are they?
Okay, gentlemen, I even though I made
Where
that,
are we
I made that
considering
that's
imported more than our
purely
local
a sidebar. That's purely a sidebar. Andy, we have not totally exonerated the customs, because Jardine said it's a multifaceted assignment. But in this country, foods, drugs are regulated by NAFDAC. NAFDAC has its operational base in Lagos and Abuja.
Yeah.
Lagos, because that's where the federal capital used to be. It has a sprinkle of officials in the house, in the states, for a sensitive regulation such as food and drugs. For a country as large as this country, for a product that is moving in from our porous borders that needs what drivers call bumper to bumper marking, our centralized regulation, can it serve our purpose?
The answer is no, and it is a Nigerian problem. The what you call the centralized system, there are many dimensions of looking at two dimensions of looking at that. Yes, does it have to be a federal agency? Definitely yes, because whether you go to the FDA in US or the equivalent in other countries, yes, it has to be one major institution that actually determines that standard nationally. But in the Nigerian sector, in the Nigerian setting, we have a way of bastardizing everything in playing politics. You don't need to have, in fact, Lagos is there because Lagos was the former capital, so this thing doesn't have to follow capital city. There's no law that says it has to be Lagos
or Abuja.
At least, at the most, you have what we call the zones, the 6 zones in the country. They should have well-equipped laboratories. They should have vibrant offices. They are not going to be just, it's just like what you have with the police setup. You know, when you go to the states and have maybe somewhere in Bayelsa, somewhere in Kebbi, somewhere in Imo State, people do something and you grab them and you are bringing them to Abuja. I mean, it is ridiculous. What are you trying to say? You should have a very competent office in the zones where you try these things and almost settle it. What is a person who is involved in land business in Imo State doing in Abuja? It has no business doing that. So when you talk about NAFDAC, yes, NAFDAC is NAFDAC. But the NAFDAC laboratory that you actually have in Port Harcourt or somewhere in Ogun State or somewhere in Sokoto,
or Kano,
they should be very, very capable of handling these things. There's no question of putting anything for you to come back to Lagos or Abuja. And in the process, you are wasting time. In the process, those things escape
and getting into the hospitals.
All those kind of things. No, you don't need to do that. What we are doing is we are actually overplaying our politics in all these things. The resources are there. And because we do things the way we do them in Nigeria, which is so wrong, what you need to do is to be developing these things incrementally. If in the next budget you build one major laboratory in one zone, you wait for the next budget or the next 2 budgets, you build another one in another zone. That way, within a period of less than 10 years, virtually every part of the country needs to be covered and covered effectively. So there is no pressure on their main laboratory in Lagos or main laboratory in Abuja. It doesn't have to come to that.
Jardine, sir, please. I'm sure you want to make a contribution immediately, but the laboratory in Lagos Lagos is such a big market, and therefore it will be busy virtually every day, testing new imports, approving or disapproving, with the operatives organizing raids and searches and all that. It's so busy because these things are matters of life and death. Andy says, why not create zones? Why not do these things incrementally? Since the death is close to the people, mark what I've said, that death, fake, adulterated, expired drugs are close to the people. Should these facilities not even go down so that we keep death away as quickly as possible?
I agree with his position. I agree with his submission perfectly. The whole idea is this: centralization, because it is a federal agency, is just the way to go. But of course, you need at the subnationals.
In terms of operation.
In terms of operations. And of course, the security aspect of it is such that everybody is involved, including you and I. It doesn't stop at the point of entry. It should also not just stop at the point of consumption. I will say this.
Tell me what we mean. Tell us what you mean.
Okay.
Should not stop at the point of consumption.
I will tell you this. There is a place in Kaduna, let me mention it. I was there some years ago and I wanted to buy some medication. And they kept on referring me to that place, that their drugs are cheaper. I went there the first time. Yes, it was relatively cheaper than what you will get. It's a pharmacy kind of sprawling place. But you know, I said, no, I need to investigate what's going on here. You know what I found out? I think they normally mop up drugs whose shelf life is almost gone, and they bring it there. And you get everybody rushing there, believing that. I'm not an expert in that field. I cannot sit down here and claim to know about the potency of drugs.
But somebody put date on it.
I mean, there's a date on it, and you'll discover that, okay, this thing, maybe it has like 3 months to go, 2 months to go, 1 month to go, 1 week to go, and then people rush there. You know, that is what I'm talking about, even at the point of consumption. What is the level of awareness created to our people? You know, the whole idea is that I can say the media is doing its very best, but this thing is a multi-sectoral issue. The NOA need to come out and start telling Nigerians that, listen, we are getting higher rates of renal failure. These are the possible causes. Advertise it, let the people know. Mandate of NAFDAC, as I did mention: import, export, advertisement, distribution, manufacturing. Distribution, adverts. NAFDAC must be at the forefront of enlightening the citizenry that, listen, it's not everything you ingest, because sometimes it could be garbage in and the garbage may end up sending one 6 feet deep. There is so much that needs to be done. This, no doubt, is a topic I find rather very sacrosanct. That is why at the beginning I even looked at it more as a security issue, because it's not about saying, oh, there are bandits out there. It's not about saying, oh, there's an armed robbery out there. This in itself is killing lives. You know, there was something you asked, doctor. The import of losing a child, not because you could not even afford the medication. The import of losing a mother, losing a brother, losing a husband, losing a wife, because somebody somewhere decided to be a merchant of death. A merchant of death, knowing that this thing you are selling, this thing you are importing, this thing you are distributing is unwholesome, it's not fit for human consumption. You go ahead and do it because you want to be seen to be a big boy. May God have mercy upon us, and I hope that our minds will be renewed. You know, the whole idea is that drug is an issue in every part of the world. If it is narcotics, it's a very big issue in the US. That is why you can see the Trump administration is doing everything possible to fight it.
Just a few days ago, a US sank a drug ship entering US in international water just about a few days ago.
You can see it. Once upon a time, they told us, oh, Nigeria was a transit point, but now it is a consuming nation. Sir, there hardly is a family I know in this country. There hardly is a family I know that drugs is not beginning to
Be an issue.
There hardly is a family I know.
Yeah, and Dr. Binna, that drug that's becoming an issue is supposed to be regulated.
Yeah.
This is the center of this conversation. It has become a security issue. It has become a social issue. It has become an economic production issue. And it has become an image issue for
Even a
Nigeria.
matter of life issue.
And let me also tell us, these drugs escaping have penetrated into our security institutions, our police force, our military, because these drugs are available. Yet there's a regulator.
Yeah, Chief, permit me to say that, yes, in paper there's a regulator. But to me, and to be frank, we don't have a regulator in Nigeria. And I stand to be corrected. Because as a journalist, as a practitioner, as somebody that moves around this country, I don't think in the last 5 years I've seen NAFDAC or any semblance of NAFDAC doing something that people can say, yes, thumbs up. And I think, to me, NAFDAC died when Dorakwele died. What we just have now is an institution that is just existing and collecting allocations. It could be part of the problem that is affecting other NDAs, funding. Like we said some time ago, the present administration is not funding the agencies. They only pay salaries. They are running costs, the capital vote and all that are not being released. Office of the Accountant General of the Federation is not doing that. They are not releasing it. And when you are denied funds, there's a limit to what you can do. That's that. And an issue of maybe effectively controlling the presence of drugs and movements. Honestly, I would suggest that NAFDAC should be removed from exclusive list and put under concurrent list. States should be allowed to establish their own equivalent of NAFDAC. Like what they're doing in the power sector. Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, based on the 2023 Electricity Act, has been empowered to divest itself of
Centralized regulation.
States are now doing it. So the same thing should be done. Let states, because Nigeria is so large, some states in Nigeria are larger than about 5 states put together.
Five countries.
Yes, it's not easy to patrol them. Let's say Kano, let's say Nasarawa, let's say Kogi or Niger. I mean, of them, it's not easy. Let's even look at a little thing like pure water. Pure water. Where we
They are regulating pure water.
Let's say I'm doing pure water at the back of my house. Where is NAFDAC? I will see a man of things anywhere and I'm being called pure or dirty water. Most everybody is moving it around. Some of them you even see NAFDAC number. When you investigate, you realize that those things are fake.
Or they borrow that number.
I used to have a brother that will do it in my village and he will put one address in Aba. And I called him, so boy, how? He said, we'll leave that in. And for about 5-6 years between him, nobody has ever come after him. Nobody has ever arrested him. And people are consuming that water without knowing what they're consuming. The same thing with drugs, like Alpha said. It's becoming a serious menace. Both in the schools, even in secondary schools now, even some primary school students are now into it. Even some parents, even some serving government officials. We had a minister of women affairs that even she herself and her children were into it. So it's a problem. And if government officials, security agencies are indulging in this, then it becomes issue like when you say who will build the cat, who will go after these people. So let's remove NAFDAC from exclusive list. Let states have their own equivalent of NAFDAC, because for NAFDAC or any of equivalent agency to operate well, it must be, if not in every local government, in every community. Then Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria also need to step up the game, because most of the pharmaceutical stores you see are parading and displaying these drugs with nobody challenging them. And I was made to understand that for you to have the little chemist shop, you need a pharmacist to give you a license.
Or you run what they call a patent medicine
Patent
shop.
medicine there.
In other words, what you sell is paracetamol, cough medicine,
before you will see
malaria
them
medicine.
doing- I don't see them doing that. There must be that complementary role between Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria or Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria and the NAFDAC, with the Medical and Dental Council and all of them that are involved, all the regulatory agencies in the health sector must put their hands together, must come together. But then NAFDAC cannot, from Abuja, be able to monitor what is going on in Kanu or Kara Namora or in Aba or Mbise. So let's decentralize them. Let's first establish such and then replicate it in local governments. And in that case, we'll be able to monitor this thing. But for influx, it's an issue because it's not just only drugs. But like I said earlier, virtually everything in Nigeria has been faked. Even things we leave, even baby food.
Anyway, we are not going to fake life.
The borders are so porous and so unmanned, and corruption has eaten so deep into the fabric of this nation that a little gratification you are allowed to pass through those borders and bring
With death in the cattle. Yes,
Chief, I have a problem with allowing states to replicate probably something like their own. Because look at the way it works. It should be a federal thing. We had established earlier in our conversation that having laboratories, even if it is at regional and then eventually at states level, in my opinion, it may serve us better. Because by the time you have a multiplicity of functions, you will begin to have clashes. We are talking about state police. That's a topic for another day. But as it were, I would still rather think, let's have a centralized system where somebody can be held responsible if something goes wrong. But by the time you multiply it, because let's assume we don't even have porous borders. These things, how do they come in? They either come in by air, by ship. I want to believe those are the two. Let's not forget that our coastal water view is daily expanding. We are looking at Lagos today as the main place, but don't forget that probably down
more
the road,
ports.
Warri may come up, Onne may come up, what have you and what have not. So having it in states, I can assure you something will get missing somewhere, and then who you will hold responsible will now become an issue. Because if it happens in Jos, they will tell you, okay, but you have an agency in Jos that should be looking after it. If it happens in Kaduna, they will tell you have an agency in Kaduna. I would rather
That we have a centralized one and then
we decentralize or we
and you seem to cast a vote.
Before Andy say, I also disagree with him. We used to have that with the police. Today we are calling for state police. And like I said, does the federal government have the resources to fund this thing?
We'll come to that presently. Yes,
And when we talk about the market, who is in charge of market? It's the local government.
You disagree with him, I disagree with you.
Fine. It's allowed.
I do not think I'm going with him.
Yeah.
I think what we need to do is actually to enhance the capacity and the manpower that is available to NAFDAC.
Yeah.
When you go to, up till now, we do not yet even have the consensus on the state police because many of us are still uncomfortable with the way the states are run, you know, for you to entrust anything that is that sensitive to them. So I do not believe that you should have NAFDAC that belongs to each state. The quality that you have of one product should be the quality that should be universal. It
Across
should cut
board.
across the nation. What we are saying is, can NAFDAC be strengthened? Can the manpower be expanded? Can they have one standard operational, standard across? What we are talking about, we started with laboratories that is owned by NAFDAC, existing everywhere. They are going to have directors or whatever you call them that are strengthened and empowered to operate within those zones. But we know that ultimately we are dealing with one institution, and I think virtually every other nation, that is the way it operates. When you have one standard of one brandy or one standard of one this thing that is different from KB, from the one that is a standard from Oyo, from the one that is a standard from Imo, I think you already have another major problem coming up. So that obviously is out of the way. But on a lighter note, when Dr. Bina was talking, he talked about that his brother who was producing water and using fake number or name from about putting there. We should hold him after this program.
In fact, I thought as much.
To write NAFDAC.
I'll take that man to because you have a responsibility to make sure that that man does not continue in that.
No, but on a serious note,
Yeah.
how many of us even look at the address,
The water
and the
And the sachet water they drink.
No, we do not.
Anyway,
even the issue of faking?
Yes.
I was made to understand that most of those expiry dates, people take it
And
clean it
change.
up, change it, and return it to the market. How many of us?
Okay,
you
Jackie,
look at brandy. You look at brandy. I know you love brandy. You love spirit. You know, when last did you check the expiry date? It's not like the tires.
But does brand have expiry date?
You know what?
Can't you see my I don't even know.
They do. I do not take spirit, but actually I had a friend. That was actually how I did not too long ago. Somebody bought a spirit to him, and he actually was checking the expiry. I didn't know.
Okay,
You can say that one particular minister takes a brandy of so many years old.
Does he know the expiry
No.
date?
There's a difference in that.
No.
When you
That means it
have
has a manufacturing date.
yeah, no. That thing is not manufactured. That's when it is the older in that sense, as I understand.
They say it's better.
Those are better.
Yeah, but how if it's going to be that old? It will have expiry date.
So that is even wine. That is even wine. That is even wine, not brandy.
I don't know.
That is even wine, not
Gentlemen,
brandy.
these
The
fine
older it
things,
is,
these fine things of culture.
the older it is.
I don't know them. I know about palm wine.
You remember at
that I
some
know.
point I was emphatic about the point of consumption.
Yes.
That is where you and I,
Yeah.
as media personnel, here we are raising awareness.
Are we conscious of what we consume?
Are we conscious? I am. I, as a person, I don't buy tires without looking at the
without
expiry
looking at
date.
the-
I
I
don't.
don't,
You know,
yeah.
we've lost too many lives.
Okay, gentlemen, please, somebody give me a signal which I'm going to disobey. There is something we need to do. Funding for NAFDAC. We are looking at how it ought to be not decentralized, more laboratories established, more personnel, more professionals, more training. The Bulls have a saying, as somebody who is hungry and has no food does not go on a laughing spree.
Chief, can I come in here with your permission?
I just want to take a break.
Okay.
And when we come back,
Okay.
it will be our turn. Please stay with us. We take a short break. Well, let me welcome you back from the break. My colleagues are still here in the studio, and the issue is still food, drugs, regulation. Are we over-centralizing? You know, in one of the editions in which you featured, we addressed the responsibility of the legislature in funding. If our establishment, if our governance system considers the job of NAFDAC as critical as this conversation has thrown up, is it not right to think in terms of funding it beyond what Jagdeen says NAFDAC generates its own revenue? Because to establish a standard laboratory for drug analysis doesn't cost a couple. Not just the physical equipment, the manpower to be trained, the logistics to go with. Should NAFDAC not be better funded?
It should be better funded, but actually the point he raised is very, very germane. You know, I do think that, yes, they require that funding that can come from the state allocation. But I also think that if their operations are tightened, that they can raise a chunk of what
they need
actually to set up these things. You know, when we talk about recently or not too long ago, there was the issue of NAFDAC going into the head bridge in Onitsha,
yes,
and then resorting to the
locking a crude and charging for coming and dust.
The point I was making from the beginning, and I'm still making it, is that our legal system and the way we do things legally in the country are lacking. That's actually a part of the problem. And we want the situation where those people, if indeed they are caught doing these things that are very dangerous in the society, should pay in such a way that they will either run out of business
or never attempt it again.
They should actually pay heavily. Now that ought to be getting the penalties and the charges that people actually pay for some of these things should be so huge that it will actually generate a whole lot of resources. That will be one way of discouraging people from getting involved and at other time raising funds. So yes, definitely the state appropriation, can come in, but we have a whole lot of areas. When you put this thing down now, we are talking of education, we are talking of security, where we are, struggling, fighting for our lives. In terms of security, we are talking of what do we do with food and whatever. They are all medical, this is part of it. All these things are quite critical. So if you begin to really distribute what you have,
it might sound
So by and large, each of them, and NAFDAC is in a good position to substantially help itself raise the funding that it requires to do what needs to be done. I still believe that they require major laboratories in the zones. They require enlarged manpower. They require to strengthen the operations, and there had to be a lot of synergy between what they are doing and the legal system, the Office of the Attorney General, and the law of the land, to make sure that when people get involved in this question of trying to do us in,
they pay with an arm.
They will pay heavily. They will pay.
Dr. Bina, the money needed. In some of the other editions you guys have discussed with me here, the factor of corruption has kept popping up.
No.
If NAFDAC is making substantial amount of money to run its operations, why should funding be a major point of discussion this morning? To my mind, what is lacking is a mindset of understanding the critical position of the function of NAFDAC and deploy resources either from his own generation or from appropriation to set them up in a manner to deliver on the needs of society.
Like I said earlier, I think NAFDAC has all it takes to effectively discharge this job. But the issue is that I don't know whether they have the political will. And appointment of the head of NAFDAC should not be politicized. Neither should it be done on tribal or any other primordial sentiments. It should be for professionals. Like Lucia Wassanjo went after Dora Koyeli. He didn't go because Dora is from this area or whatever, and she distinguished herself. But like I said, it's unfortunate that since she left, I don't think the level she took NAFDAC, anybody had taken it higher than that level. People even hardly hear on NAFDAC now. If the issue is that of leadership, then there should be leadership change. If it is issue of funding, then they should be properly funded. I don't know whether NAFDAC is still under the first line charge, because they have the potential to generate funds, registration, enforcement, supervision. They have avenues to make money. So if they explore those things, they will have billions of naira to do what they do. But like I said earlier, it is clear that federal government has a lot of challenges. Federal government is even borrowing money to fund the government.
So
why not we decentralize NAFDAC and allow the states to come in and also help. Then other agencies like DSS,
that like your services,
professions like the customs, immigration should also help them in checking the influx.
Okay, gentlemen, yes.
Finally, let's also revitalize the drug manufacturing companies, because if we manufacture them locally, there will be no issue of faking them or that they came into the borders. Do you talk about that in UK and US? No.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. My Jadin, there'll be another day, because I'm told that having bust my time beyond redemption, I hope somebody can redeem it and let us roll. A critical health matter. Health, NAFDAC, drug food regulation. Centralizing was the issue, but my colleagues have brought in other dimensions to it. Next edition, we still come in with something that will be of public service, of import, and of interest. That's what they draw the curtain for today. I can't thank my colleagues enough. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming for the program.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and invest your time well for the rest of the day.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
I think this is our first program for this 2026. So can I wish you a happy new year? Fantastic 2026. You are welcome. My name is ENUGU, and we're beginning the year with issues in Nigeria's pump pricing of petrol across the country. Now, it's important for me to take you back a little bit. On November 29, 2023, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was being inaugurated as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the very first statement of promise he made, can I quote him? Subsidy is gone. By that presidential pronouncement, the president changed the dynamics in our oil industry calculations. Let me not go any further. I'm not competent really. I'll just raise these issues and allow those who know to help me this morning. Issues in Nigeria's pump pricing of petrol. That is the topic of our conversation this morning. I'm a guest, Madaki Ame. Now, I will introduce Madaki Ame really as a public interest defender. That is what he is, a lawyer, public interest defender. But he is brewed, baked, buttered, and sandwiched in the oil industry. So he knows the game. He knows how it operates. That's what brought him here. And that's what has brought him where he is within the Nigerian public sector, or within Nigerian public view. Madaki, you are welcome to the first edition of Signature Morning from Abuja this 2026.
Always a pleasure, let me tell you.
Madaki, you see, I'm raising an issue of concern to me even as an ordinary citizen. The controversies, the conversation going on in the pump pricing of petrol in the country. And as I said in my introduction, I want us to start this conversation right from 29th of May 2023, when the president said, I have removed subsidy. Subsidy is gone. Madaki, think about that statement. It was weighty for the oil industry. Do you think that statement was well thought out? Was it roundedly thought out before the president made that pronouncement?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief Njoku. It's always a pleasure to be here. You know, and one of the reasons why I've never declined your invitation to be on your program is because, you know, I don't know how you do it, but you bring a lot of fervor, you know, a lot of intellectualism into the conversation, you know, and unless the person interviewing you is actually really good and sound in the topic, you know, and he has done some research, you know, if the questions are peripheral, the answers will also necessarily be peripheral. You get the point. So that said, you know, I think that statement, subsidy is gone, was a totally irresponsible. You know, and I do not say this lightly, you know, because government policy as I know it, you know, in a structured country, should not just be made, by official declaration, just because somebody feels he has just acquired power and then he can inflict pain, on the people. That singular statement, subsidy is gone, took the pump price of petrol from 190 naira, I think, that it was that morning, and I even bought at 190 naira. But as soon as the speech was made and it said subsidy is gone, the pump price adjusted itself to about 680 naira or whatever it was at that time. And you can just imagine the jump. You can imagine the pain. Every country exists to serve the interests of the people and not to cause them pain. But if the president comes and says, well, I'll take bold decisions, it's good for a president to take bold decisions, but if those bold decisions are taken without having thought through the consequences for the people and without having a clear knowledge of the end from the beginning, and you say, well, let's model through. After all, for too many decades we have been talking about subsidy and subsidy. I am that president that will take the decision to remove it, and you are plucking it out like a dentist who will pluck out somebody's tooth without any form of anesthetic or sedating the person. Just imagine you are removing all the incisors of a human being and you say you are just doing it because you are a bold dentist. I think you are just almost a demon. You get the point? And look at the pain, look at the impoverishment of Nigerians, ever since ENUGU became president. Whatever experimentation his economic team, I don't even know whether he has an economic team anymore, came on board with, has not translated to any result that anybody can monitor. Today they say they have met their revenue target and exceeded it. The very next day they are borrowing money for frivolous things that nobody sees the impact on the economy. Money that will still be paid from this same helpless, low income earning economy.
I must make a case here for the Minister of Finance and Coordinator of National Economy. As politicians say that they have met their revenue target and exceeded it, that minister has been consistent in his saying the figures don't add up. That the figures don't add up. And if the figures don't add up, it then means that the figures being bandied by politicians are just for political impression. Let us impress the public. But the economic minders are giving us the facts that in fact is not all rosy. And that is why they want to bring in more people into the tax net, just to make the case for the minister.
Yeah, I hear you, but thank God you're not the minister's spokesman.
No, I'm not.
And then what you have just said is even a manifestation of a much deeper problem in the Nigerian economy. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy cannot be saying one thing, and then the President, who is supposed to be taking economic advice from the minister, will be saying another thing in order to look nice for the optics. You get the point? That then confirms the feeling that most Nigerians have that this is a lie government.
No, let's leave that. Let's go back to the oil.
Let's make this point. Because if the Minister of the Economy, who is coordinating the entire economy, who is more like Minister, extraordinary and plenipotentiary, as far as the economy is concerned, and supposed to coordinate activities that will lead to the progress of this economy, says we are not meeting revenue target. In fact, that's why we are borrowing. And then the president goes in another vein and says, we have exceeded our revenue target. Money is not our problem. It is how to spend it. It means that you have an Idi Amin situation, where the central bank governor said, man, if you print more money, this thing will become like tissue paper. And the man says, okay, like Uganda money is tissue paper, take him away and do to him what they do to tissue paper. You get the point? See, I really don't know what we are doing. So when economists come to on this your program and other programs on channels and whatever, and they're talking, I feel sorry for them because I'm not an economist, I'm a lawyer, but over time I think I see myself now more of a petroleum economist. You get the point in a way, because economy is actually common sense. If people who are the managers of the economy have refused to apply common sense, to the management of Naira and Kobo, as it affects you and I and they are doing it with impunity. They are also doing it without listening to any form of advice or professional advice, and then they just do it with impunity, and they don't care what the outcomes are. Then we are doomed as a country. And quite frankly, you and I, thank God, you've been around much longer than myself. I don't believe your age, but the truth is, because I think there is some part of your DNA that you must share with us. But the truth of the matter is that because you have seen so much more in terms of life than myself, that means you have actually witnessed this frustration much longer than myself. I'm astounded every time I listen to government officials. Where do they, what drives them? How can they run a country like this? You get the point. Even if you run your nuclear family the way Nigeria is run, the Nigerian economy is run, you will run that nuclear family aground. You get the point. And nobody wants to see his children starving.
Okay, let us begin to look at why we made this issue a matter for conversation this morning. Now, before I get into what Dangote have been saying about pricing of petrol in Nigerian oil sector, let me draw our attention to provisions being made in the budget. Pronouncements being made by the National Assembly. One, the president says the subsidy is gone. Regulatory agencies, NNPC, are all talking about under recovery. And in the budget and in the statements being made for the National Assembly, provisions are being made to cover the under recovery. Please help me, because I'm coming from point of ignorance. What is the fundamental difference between under recovery and subsidy? Is one a euphemism for the other?
Yes.
Under recovery and then subsidy.
Well, the first time I heard the term under recovery was when Devaney was the Minister of Petroleum.
Yes.
And I think that was a very ingenious coinage in order to avoid using the bad word subsidy, because they realized that the Nigerian public had already become tired of hearing the word subsidy. So they had to find a new name, to call the bad dog, before they hang it. So they now call it under recovery. But they all refer to the same thing, just a clever by half acronym, or coinage, for subsidy. But subsidy in itself is not a death sentence. It's actually not a wrong thing. Since 2012, when Nigerians had the first subsidy strike, the drama that led to Lawan going to prison, being pardoned by this government, and all of that. The dollars that were hidden under a cap, and all of that. Probably one of the darkest, one of the many dark moments, in this economy, in this country, where we now are totally numb, to scandals. You get the point. But then it was actually a serious scandal. And Nigerians went to the streets. I think Jonathan was the president at the time.
Yes, he was.
In 2012. That was when I started making public appearances on television
on this
to
issue.
discuss this. And over time, I want to, without due regard to modesty, say that I've developed expertise in this area. I've studied everything that can be studied. And because I also think very clearly, I've thought through this very clearly. You get the point? And I've discovered that, what Nigerians have been paying for, and the government has been arrogantly calling subsidy, has actually been inefficiency. The government's inability to manage the economics around a liter of petrol, or a liter of diesel, or a liter of kerosene, or for that matter, 4 liters of lube oils, because they all come from the same process, or even the cooking gas, which also is a byproduct, the LPG, which is a byproduct of the petroleum refining process. You get the point. So, what Nigerians have grown under, since oil was discovered, and since the military regime came, and introduced the subsidy as a palliative, I think in 1973 or something.
An equalizer.
And they set up the Petroleum Equalization Fund, which should never have been set up in the first place. Because you are not equalizing the price of Gary, or you are not equalizing the price of basic products that are necessary for human life, like pharmaceuticals, you know, or you are not equalizing the price of education for children, and you come and you say you want to equalize the price of petrol, so that petrol can be sold in Maiduguri, you know, at the same price as it's sold in Port Harcourt, where there are 2 refineries, or, you know, in a place like Lagos, where they have several petroleum depots, you know, and the product is there. I don't see the economics that, you know, that
warranted that
informed that petroleum equalization fund, you know, in the first place. And to think that billions and billions of dollars was sunk into this funny process of trying to keep prices the same throughout the country, and then, you know,
well, that was what that removal of subsidy was supposed to also address that issue.
Yes, but now we are 2 years plus into the so-called subsidy is gone. If we ask Tinubu a question today and say, Oga, please, this is not about politics. It's about you carrying out a half-term review of yourself and being honest to Nigerians. Your statement of subsidy is gone. What has been the positive financial impact on
and that is exactly the question many Nigerians are asking. Removal of subsidy was supposed to have saved billions, if not trillions.
Trillions, actually.
Now, under recovery is costing the country money. Price of petrol is still high. Are we not suffering triple jeopardy? We talk about double jeopardy.
Yeah,
is the country not suffering triple jeopardy?
If not a quadruple whammy. It is, you know, the problem is that because the lives of government officials are 100% subsidized. So when they are complaining that the economy is not making enough money, what they are actually saying is that we don't have, you know, how much of your money we are spending on frivolities, you know, is not increasing. So even though we want to enjoy more, we are unable to enjoy more because the revenue that's available for us to spend as we please is depleting because we are not, you know, bringing enough into the till. You get the point? That's the truth. And I say this pointedly because, you know, I've lived in this world now for 59 years. This is going to be my 60th year on earth. I can't remember anything that the government of this country has ever done for me. Nothing. And that's the truth. You get the point? My education was purely through the effort of my parents, you know, who were poor civil servants. My father was a poor civil, you know, was a normal civil servant who didn't collect a dime as bribe throughout his 96 years that he lived on earth, you know. And but he ate out a living and brought all 17 of us that he sired into this world into all the way to university level. So I grew up knowing that my father had nothing. You know, he gave of himself completely. I've never seen anybody make that level of sacrifice, you know, for his children. You get the point? Same for my mother, who didn't go to formal education but was very wise and was doing her petty trading in the Tuko market, selling grains all her life until she died 3 years ago. But you see the pain on the faces of Nigerians, you know, and they live their lives from day to day without the existence of a government. You get the point? Because, and I say this with pain in my heart because I know that governments elsewhere exist to be able to make life livable.
Now let us borrow from Dangote, because I'm coming to the crux of this conversation. Dangote is giving out figures. He's raised two fundamental issues in the past 2 months. First, he told Nigerians that gantry price of petrol in Dangote refinery is about 693 naira per liter.
Mm-hmm.
The gantry price. In other words, the tanks that come in to take petrol to go and distribute, they buy at 693 naira per liter. But that what actually Dangote refinery sells that petrol is about 391 or 93 naira. The additional 300 naira on top of what he would have sold ordinarily goes to the regulatory agencies, goes to the unions. In other words, when the president said he had removed subsidy and petrol sold at over 1,000 naira per liter pump price, has gone down now to 890 or 890 or 840, 820, at least now.
NNPC 815.
Thank you. And Dangote is telling Nigerians that what he sells is 693, but what actually Dangote takes for his 1 liter of petrol is 393. That additional 300 naira burden is not determined by market forces. It's determined by the demands of regulatory agencies to collect money for not being part of the production process or selling process, and the unions. What does this amount to? Because what Dangote said is known to the government. Mark this, my last words. What Dangote said is known to the government. In other words, the government knows that a 300 naira per liter burden is placed on Nigerians in order to service a regulatory agency that doesn't add to production. Unions do not add value. What ought to be the government's handling of this kind of situation?
Honestly, I don't know. Your question was just, make one to just run away from this country. But the truth of the matter again, Chief Njoko.
Well, I didn't want to give you the statistics. The fact didn't make up the facts.
Exactly. Dangote, I think, is one of the most patriotic Nigerians ever to be alive. And I make this point not oblivious of the fact that I have always been a very strong critic of Dangote. Because I had this notion that he's a monopolist, and all he wants to do is make money. If Dangote wanted to make money from the petroleum industry, which is actually a late entrant into, he had always been a commodities person, sugar, I remember
cement,
water even, he had his own brand of water in those days, all sorts of things, semolina, anything, salt, there's nothing Dangote does not sell. And he still sells them and makes money out of those things. But a few years ago, he comes and says, I want to set up a refinery. Many people thought he was crazy. Because then, the feeling in the oil and gas industry was that, which I think is totally misplaced, was that fossil fuels were destroying the environment and that they needed to be phased out anyway. So you do solar, you do biomass, you do other things, but in fact, you even convert sugarcane to some kind of fuel.
That was the story.
Convert sugarcane or grass or whatever food that people are supposed to eat. You now convert it to fuel so that people can starve. You know what I mean? Now to make the environment greener. For God's sake, this doesn't make any sense. For another 50 to 100 years, oil is here with us, and oil is going nowhere. In terms of the mix. That said, we go back to pricing. Dangote's revelation, that 300 naira at least in a pump price, between 693 naira, and the 393 naira that he gets, that comes to his organization, out of which he pays salaries, he pays for crude, he pays tax, he pays the the loans that he took at the exorbitant rates, to build this massive refinery, which all that he gets, for all of this humongous, near out of this world infrastructure to deliver petrol and diesel and kerosene at our pumps is 393 naira. But that same product is sold at 820, 840 815, whatever price they want to pay now. Nigerians have become numb. Before, 2 naira, 3 naira increase in the pump price could lead to a major national conflagration because the unions were leading the country, in the wrong direction. They were whipping up some sentiment and saying, no, it must not be 700. No, then it was even in small figures like 50 naira. If they wanted to increase pump price from 50 naira to 55 naira or 53 naira, they will strike and grind the whole country down. Why are they not striking now? It's not even worse right now. You get the point. But Nigerians have been led by the nose for many years by people who are either ignorant and deliberately so, or genuinely actually ignorant because they don't know. This country is run by ignorant people. That's the truth. In a good country, they should line people up and shoot them, like the Chinese do. You get the point. There was a time somebody said that when the subsidy regime was on, that they were making so much money that he was tired of making money. I hope you read something about a certain person who has a name who said that there was so much free money, and you and I were here, almost dying of hunger, eking out an existence to pay children's school fees. You get the point. So what we are saying is this: we've been claiming to have ministers of petroleum, but most of them, I think all of them actually, they didn't know their left from their right. You get the point. They didn't know what they were ministering in that petroleum industry. That's the truth. We've always had, round pegs in square holes. And then they go on television, they tell all the stories around how much they know. The media, of course, you people.
I'm talking with you from point of ignorance. I'm not an industrial person.
What I'm saying is that the media pumps up their profile. They polish their CV. And then once the CV goes, this is the best man for this industry, blah, blah, blah. Whoever, package the person for the job, packages him, and then he comes pretending to know what he's doing, reads out stupid policies that cause more pain to the people when a country is paying an arbitrage of 300 naira for every 1 liter of petrol sold by the refinery at 693 naira. 300 naira of that is wastage on unions or regulators who regulate nothing, on all manner of things that don't add value to this economy. And we're talking. And why I'm actually very gratified about this information which you have put across is that since 2012, since this argument about subsidy or no subsidy, I have always maintained the fact that subsidy as we know it is a self-inflicted injury. We are just like a man carrying a cutlass and cutting his own leg off, and then he's complaining that there's a pain. We inflicted this injury on ourselves, because even if the government wants to subsidize, and I've been saying this thing a long time ago. Before ENUGU government came, I wrote an article and I said, even as you are coming, we can sell petrol at 300 naira per liter and we will not pay a dime.
I'm ready to die to this conversation.
I subsidize to anybody.
And
nobody took me seriously. I've been saying this thing since 2012. If a child born in 2012 will almost be getting ready to go to the husband's house as a female. You get the point? But this is a country of the deaf. The government is all-knowing, so no matter what you say, nobody is interested in what you have to say. It is who is saying it that matters. You get the point? How well the person has been packaged. Otherwise, whatever is there, how does he know? And that's the end. If we don't run a country based on knowledge, and we're running countries, you are running an entire people, 230 million people, based on the ignorance of their president and the people he chooses to be his aides, then honestly it is shameful. And it's actually an existential threat, to the future of this country.
Now, before we dwell on that threat, there is a second issue that Dangote has raised. He's raising the alarm that the current spiral in the pump price of petrol may hit 1,400 naira per liter unless something is done. And he is recommending what ought to be done. He's attributing it to the continued importation of petrol in a currency regime that is being devalued. Secondly, he's pegging it on the very limited capacity of local refiners. And he says it is a contradiction that Nigeria produces crude, has refineries, has given license for modular refineries, wouldn't help those refineries to operate, and chooses to import petrol. that what kind of regulatory authority will claim patriotism, national development with this kind of self-defeating policy? And therefore he says, for the price to come down and stabilize, please increase local refining capacity. And there are many model refinery licenses. Help them operate. People have always accused Dangote of being a monopoly or thinking monopoly. But to me, this argument doesn't sound monopolistic.
Not at all.
And then he says, naturally, the price of petrol, of petroleum products, will come down. But the way it is, where the regulatory agencies are interested in giving licenses for importation, they are themselves killing the national economy. Do you think Dangote is fighting the international oil cartel by this argument for his own survival? Or is he being really patriotic and being a reasonable player in the national economy?
Again, you should be a professor. You know why you are lecturing in the university? Because, you know, if you were a teacher, you know, students would really be afraid of you. The reason is that, you know, nobody will have an answer to your questions. But again, I go back to, you know, let me cut off the comedy. You know, I'm actually a part-time comedian. You know, I tell my children that if I were not lawyer, I'd be a comedian. And I think I would have made more money from comedy than
we're talking national challenges now.
Nobody pays me for being a lawyer, but that's a story for another day. Now, I think that the country should do away with the National Merit Award, you know, and then all these they are meaningless, you know, Grand Commander of this, Grand Commander of that. You get the point. Let's set up a National Genius Award. You get the point. And when we set up a National Genius Award, the first candidate, the first awardee of the National Genius Award should be Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Because not only is he patriotic, he is thoroughly patriotic. You get the point. Now I can, you know, I said this without any, I've been on global television before to call him a monopolist. And one of the programs are there. And I had good reason to say so. You know, when he was complaining about about the importation of substandard petroleum products when his refinery was just coming on board. And I was saying it at the time that why will he say that when we have a regulator that's supposed to be checking standards? We now know that regulator was paying outrageous amounts of money in school fees for his child in Switzerland, allegedly. But he's now no longer an allegation. The man ran away from his role, you know, with his tail in between his legs when Dangote put him on the spot. You know, and that was actually a good thing. In a good country, that man should be in prison right now, you know, while investigations are going on. But in Nigeria, everybody gets a slap on the wrist. In fact, I'm told that EFCC is only interested in cases depending on how or the size of the corruption. Because they will be asking themselves, how much of this amount will they get if the money is small? So if the money is small, you know, you will not get them interested in the case. And that's the truth. And I can look the chairman of EFCC in the face and tell him that this is the feedback that the market has for you. You get the point. Now, I still find that this. So the National Genius Award is all we need. I don't think we need to award more than 5 of them in a year. So we clearly identified those whose genius has helped this country or had the potential of helping this country to move to the next level. Dangote has single-handedly contributed more, you know, to the growth of this economy in all ramifications than anybody alive or dead. You get the point? So Dangote should be seen as an enigma, as a, you know, as some object to be studied. You get the point? Because it takes more than somebody who wants to make money, you know, for himself and all of that to be a Dangote. You get the point? All the other people are rent-seeking, you know, profiteers who just want to create avenues to make money. But quite frankly, if Dangote wanted to make money, you know, what he should be doing is to struggle to increase his market share from his humble 393 naira and inch closer to the market price that at the gantry. He can insist that the entire gantry price should come to him because therefore he's the one that owns the refinery. But he's saying that, you know, he's declaring to the world that this gantry price I'm charging is not even my money. Well. I'm helping the unions to collect their money. I'm helping the regulators to collect money to go and spend on their children's school fees abroad. I'm helping. So there's no, Nigeria is not being run based on any understandable economic model. Nigeria is being run as a moving crime scene as far as I'm concerned. I want to be as harsh as I can be, on this program. You get the point? Without caring what it is, because I have free speech. We are in a country that's supposedly run by free speech, and we need to be able to talk, and say the things that are wrong. Every single thing is wrong with this economy. You get the point? And the way the economy is managed. But nobody seems to care. And there's no consequence for foolishness. And then for running this country aground. The other day, the president came and forgave the trillions of debts that NNPC said they were owing. He said, yes, just don't worry, don't pay it. Who does that? Shouldn't there be an investigation to say where did that debt come from? Because recently NNPC has been cooking their books and declaring that they are making a profit. So how can an organization that's supposed to be a commercial organization that has been pretending, and cooking books and telling the whole world that they are making profit, suddenly come and say we have made so much losses, and the president with the stroke of his left hand says, I forgive you the debts, without wanting to find out how those debts arose? How do we make progress as a country if we sweep inefficiency,
or doubtful performance?
Exactly, clearly, brazenly. And every year we budget in trillions, and then a huge percentage of that trillion goes into servicing dubious debts. And at the end of the day, you say you are running an economy, they should be ashamed of themselves. Quite frankly, I don't listen to the national budget anymore.
Okay.
Before, they used to bring me, and other people to come and analyze national budget. This is how much they say they're going to spend on education. This is how much I say, but I'm no longer interested. They will invite me, I used to do that on a number of the channels TV, this and that. I don't go. You invite me, I say I'm not coming. It's a waste of my time. Why would I, nobody pays us, pays anybody for being on television and saying anything. If I give advice, at least, if you will implement even a modicum of it so that you can improve something, then it makes sense. But if you are shouting at the dead wall, you know what I mean? And then nobody cares. Then I'll keep coming to come and talk. There are times Chimjoku have actually asked me to come and I say I'm doing a media blankout. I'm not coming. And I will not come. But it's out of respect for you. And this your program is probably the only one I now still show up in.
Let me take us to solutions. Because one thing they accuse the media of is that we raise issues, we criticize policies, and we don't even try to get from our guests, the experts, what ought to be done. I'm going to raise two issues that require making suggestions to the president. The first is, Dangote has spoken about the figures, and the president, if he did not know, now knows that Nigerians could have gotten petrol at a much lower price if regulatory authorities had been decent. So what Nigerians are paying for is to sustain an agency whose function is to regulate. We are paying them. And those agencies are budgeted for in the budget every year. What will you tell the president in that regard?
Well, my first advice would be for the president to, for once, appoint a competent person to be the Minister of Petroleum. You get the point? Right now, honestly, it's a mess. The politician after politician who know next to nothing about the industry are put in charge. So even when they are running rings around them, they do not know. You get the point? And the oil and gas industry is so central to this economy that you cannot afford to run it on the basis of politics and mediocrity. The president has no business being the Minister of Petroleum, substantive Minister of Petroleum. And then every year in, year out, there's the culture of, appointing a Minister of State for Petroleum, Minister of State for Gas, because they say the ministry is too important, the president should take charge. The president is totally incompetent as far as the oil industry is concerned. He claims to have worked in, Mobile and all that, but I don't know the quality of work that he did there.
But the president is an accountant.
Yeah, but an accountant, is not necessarily a petroleum economist. He's not necessarily knowledgeable even, because the knowledge that Dangote is using to tell us these figures that are shocking. You know what I mean? It's not the knowledge that he gained in the university for what he studied. You get the point. Accountants count other people's money. You know, when my son was going to the university, the mother filled jam form with him, and they said he should go and study accounting. When they gave him admission and he was supposed to enroll in a Veritas University, I said, sorry, you can't go and study accounting. Rather than count other people's money, I'll prefer for you to study entrepreneurship. So he went and we changed it, and he went and studied entrepreneurship, and he's doing great. He's now in Malta studying for a master's degree, you know, in digital marketing, you know, ways that will empower him to become a rich man, you know, and to employ people, employ accountants to count his money. Instead of him to be, you know, that clever accountant that what are you calculating figures for? If you tell me 2 plus 2, I may not know the answer, but if you say 2 naira plus 2 naira, I know it's 4 naira. You get the point? So just put a currency figure in front of the figure and I will know it straight. The only subject I never passed in school, I came first in. Every single time I write exams, I come first. The only subject I had an F9 in, proudly. And I can put that certificate on my face like they gave certificate of dismissal to some people from political parties recently. I can put that certificate on my face and with pride that I did not pass mathematics. I couldn't understand the way the figures. What is algebra? What is find x? X is on the paper, and you're telling me to find it. It is there. If all the people who have been finding x, what do they do with it?
But they found it in
there. Do some funny calculation and they see x that has been on the paper since morning. You are finding it. And then you have found it and you feel satisfied that you have found it. Okay, you find it now. Let's see how that translates to the cost of Gary. So
best advice.
The advice to the president, let competent people run this economy. And there are many of them. There are many people who are so competent, you know, they know this industry like the back of their hands, but they will never be put in charge. Do something about this. You get the point.
Okay.
If your interest is actually in running this economy and improving the way this country, you don't have any business borrowing a dime from any source. So when they're doing deficit budgeting, I just don't understand. There's so much money to be made from this economy. And the first thing to do is to stop selling crude oil. For every barrel of crude oil you sell, you are shortchanging this country heavily. Because if the people who are buying your crude for cheap are not making money from the refining process, why would they buy it? Do you understand? So I say, crude oil producing country, we must stop selling crude to the international market. We must add value. It is that value that Dangote is adding by setting up the biggest oil refinery in the world, here in this country. Nobody thought it was possible. It's the single biggest
single
stream petroleum refining in the world, and he wants to increase capacity. So if the business of refining were not profitable, why would all the why would be more than 100 refineries in the US? You get the point. The US, surprise, you may not know this, but the US produces more crude oil than any other country in the world, including Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Everybody hears about Saudi Arabia's crude, but the US produces and still buys. They buy because crude is cheap, and when they know that when they add value, they will make so many times more money than they will make by selling crude. Those who sell crude are the ones who quickly want money, in whatever currency, and then they just go and then slush it away.
So please get the right people to run the sector
who know about the industry to run
selling crude
oil.
Now,
then
yes,
the issue was never subsidy, but what was being subsidized.
Now, I'm coming to that because I said I was going to raise to create, because in my last conversation with you on this matter, you said to me then under Buhari that you had a model that could bring down the pump price of petrol to 300 naira then without any talk of subsidy or no subsidy.
No, interestingly, it couldn't have been 300 naira because under Buhari, petrol never went.
It was 194. It was 194. Yes, I think so.
So that model, which I developed in 2012,
yes,
would actually have brought petrol prices to a small fraction of what it was then and what it has now. Snowballed.
Now, why I'm raising that matter now, because that's another critical issue I want you to address. We are buying petrol at 8.15, 8.20, 8.40. Dangote says, remove 300 naira being given away. It will count about 393.
That's 400. Let's say
Call it 400. The people will truck their whatever and add their transportation costs. Let's give them under 100 naira per liter to cover their costs. It may come to 500. Is it possible for Nigeria to sell petrol under any method, under any model, for less than 500, 600 naira per liter?
Completely.
Tell me how.
By looking at two things. First of all, we have no business buying crude oil for refining locally at the international price of crude. We've been doing this for years. And the example again is not rocket science. I produce yams. I want to give food to my children. And then I say, because one tuber of yam is $10 in the US, then I must index the cost of the value of the food I give my children against $10, which is the amount that somebody who doesn't produce yams is prepared to pay for the same yams. You get the point? It doesn't make sense. If we price our crude oil for refining, and if we refine everything that we produce actually, then there will be no need for saying you want to earn foreign exchange and all of that. It's a joke.
Yeah, but the government will say that.
No, but the government doesn't need to earn any foreign exchange. You will need to rejig the international economy so that the currency of every country is that currency. So if I'm buying something from a country that the currency is rupee, I'm not even buying the dollar. You get the point? So it's naira to rupee. So if the country is buying something from me, they pay me in naira. If I'm buying something from them, I pay them in rupee. You get the point?
Let me call your name, Madakiame.
Yes.
Would you want Trump to listen to you this morning?
Well, I don't know.
Do you want him to hang you?
I don't know about Trump. You get the point?
No. Do you want him to hang you? Because you're asking, this model is circumventing dollar denomination of crude business.
Why should dollar be the marker for international trade? I find it extremely funny. A Nigerian wants to buy something from China, and then they say they open the letter of credit in dollar. So when you now buy the dollar, then you have to convert again to yuan to be able to pay at the source country. What most people do now that makes sense is that because the economies have become global, if you're buying something from the Chinese will have an naira account. You credit the yuan equivalent in naira into the naira account of the Chinese company, and the Chinese company just simply pays, gives you value in yuan and sends your product to you. That way, no dollar has been involved. This is being done on a reg. So that's why the CBN, their bogus infrastructure and the difficulty around getting their. How do you think that most of the Igbo people import the things they import into this country? If you want to wait for CBN to give you dollar, to be able to import something in yuan or in rupee from India or China, China, the whole year we end and you not do any business. You get the point. So people have cleverly, avoided the CBN now, and they're just doing their own thing. You get the point. Because we can actually.
Have you heard the other side of the story of Trump's adventure in Venezuela?
Yes, I have.
And it's in fact. In reaction to what you are just saying this morning. In reaction to what you are saying this morning.
But you see, a wrong thing cannot be sustained for long. You get the point. Every country, like we can have a crazy Nigerian president who says, yes, the naira should become the currency of Africa. So anybody who wants to buy anything should buy something in naira. And then he's doing that and bullying them because he has planes, and bombers who are ready to attack any country that says, no, this doesn't make sense. You get the point. It's also the fallacy of borrowing money in foreign currency. The US government survives on printing the dollar, and they can print any quantity because they know it will be mopped up. But the Rwandan president, Paul Kagame, made the point the other day that no sovereign nation needs to borrow money from another country. Print it. You get the point. You want to construct a road from here to Makurdi, and then you are going to borrow dollar in order to pay Julius Berger. Let them print the naira that's required to make this.
And give it to Julius
Berger. Give it credit. In fact, you don't even need to print it. Just these days the digital alert. Alert them in the amount that needs to be that they need to pay. The engineers are Nigerians. You know, everybody, if they have to bring us parts from abroad, because they're working here in Nigeria and they're spending money to buy gari, you know, and okra and all that, let their income be in Naira. And then all the roads are constructed. Why do we inflict pain on ourselves, on the understand, you know, thinking that we studied economics or studied something else, when it is native knowledge that keeps the world running? You get the point?
No, Madaki, this morning you are cutting trouble.
Oh, God.
And you are cutting trouble for the Nigerian nation, because the international politics around the dollar can make a number of presidents and governments victims if they don't.
If they are victims because they lack knowledge or the courage to run their economy, so be it, quite frankly. I think we need more victims.
I think I can tell you for free that Maduro had courage.
No, he didn't.
He had courage to run the economy.
He didn't. I think he deserved to have been handcuffed the way he was. And a few more presidents actually deserve to be handcuffed. I don't want to name the names yet.
Please don't. Please don't name any names. But Maduro was trying to protect his country.
It is called the Maduro treatment. Many more presidents deserve the Maduro treatment.
Because Trump, an American analyst said that Trump was not going for Maduro's oil. That Maduro did not commit any drug offense, and that Maduro did not have any.
Yeah, it was because of bypassing the dollar. Yes,
bypassing the dollar, and that's what you're here preaching this morning.
And he's also going to, you know, the next target is Iran. It's not about executing his citizens. The Iranians have always executed their citizens. You get the point. But the man has said, anybody who is doing this current riot that has lasted for almost a month, if they dare execute them, that is coming there. And they have put all the executions on hold because they are afraid of the bombs. You get the point.
So please, I'm also afraid of you this morning, because what you are saying might attract bomb to us, and I dissociate myself from all that you said about circumventing the dollar this morning.
It will not. But the truth of the matter is that, you know, what is right and what is wrong is wrong.
Okay, but if this is done, you believe that the cost of the...
We can do 100 naira. We can do 100 naira per liter. Honestly, we can actually today do 100 naira per liter. Let me explain to you why. The wellhead cost of a barrel of crude oil is so much lower than the international price of a barrel of crude oil. And you know, the price of crude oil is 80% of the price of refined products at the pump. You can ask Dangote, he will tell you. You get the point. So at the end of the day, the cost of refining, you know, paying salaries, bringing out all the equipment now just accounts for less than 20% of the cost of that 1 liter that we buy. But honestly, no matter how inefficiently the oil companies produce, if they are reporting their costs honestly and they're not padding, no single barrel of crude oil, and when I talk of a barrel, we are looking at 190 liters. You get the point?
Yes.
About that, 195 liters, should cost more than $5 a barrel, no matter how inefficiently you produce. In fact, when I was in Shell, and I left Shell 18 years ago, by the way, when I was in Shell, you know, we were going on a strike because the owners of the Shell International, you know, the international owners of Shell said that the unit operating cost for Shell was too high and that they needed to downsize. So they wanted to cream off the top management that were Nigerian, so that they could bring their own people. And the justification was that we were running an inefficient unit operating cost for crude production. So I was the union leader at the time, you know, I was vice chairman of Pengassan, you know, in Shell. So, you know, because some of us try to introduce intellectualism into unionism. You know, unions think that it's by shouting and going on strike and all that they achieve ends. No. You can achieve so much as a unionist without shutting down for 1 day, without going on strike. You get the point? Because strikes are actually, you know, like
disruptive.
Like very disruptive, you know, it's almost like economic terrorism. While I was in Shell, I tried to avoid strikes all the time because I developed a concept called dancing around the barrel. As long as you keep threatening the company that you will shut down, they don't want the barrel to tilt. So whatever you ask for, they will do it. But once you have shut down, you have done your worst. So I kept telling my fellow union leaders, I said, well, let's not shut down. Because if we shut down, we have done our worst and they will dig in and we will lose. There was no struggle we went for at the time that we did not win while I was in the leadership position at that time. Because we were matching them intellect for intellect. And on this issue of unit OPEX, do you know that we caught their lie? We went to DPR. You know, because the top management felt threatened, they now made information available to us that we will never have been privy to. So one certain big man, and I wish he's still alive, but I won't call his name, called me to his office, gave me a flash drive.
Signature.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines: UK to host Nigeria, Germany, Japan, Brazil, China, India, Mexico on climate change discourse. Ekiti poll: SDP candidate rejects 179 votes, says party will review results. Ogun police probe death of broadcaster Kiton Oyesiku, security guard. Confirmed Ebola cases in Congo outbreak top 1,000 with 254 deaths. And US and Iran conclude high-level talks in Switzerland, mediators say. Details in a moment.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The United Kingdom Parliament has announced plans to host Nigeria, South Africa, Germany, Japan, Brazil, China, India, Mexico, among other countries, on climate change discourse. This is going to be Nigeria's first climate investment summit from June 23rd through 26, 2026. Just as Nigeria is set to mount the saddle as president of Globe International. Sponsor of Nigeria's Climate Change Act 2021 and former member of the House of Representatives, Sam ENUGU, in a statement on Sunday, said he is expected to become the first African to lead the world body. In an official invitation letter signed by the Chief Executive of Globe Legislators, Malini Mera, ENUGU said he would be taking over the international leadership of Globe Legislators from an Argentine parliamentarian, Deputy MC Juan Carlos, as the organization marks its 35th anniversary during the 2026 London Climate Action Week. The anniversary reception, scheduled to hold at the House of Commons, Parliament of the United Kingdom, and hosted by former United Kingdom Minister for Climate Change and former President of Globe International, Right Honourable Graham Stuart MP, will bring together lawmakers from across the political spectrum in the UK and around the world. This year's edition is expected to surpass more than 700 climate-related events held across London in 2025 and will feature major summits on climate investment, climate innovation, net zero delivery, sustainable cities, and energy technology. The federal government has temporarily suspended reconstruction work on the Ibadan-Ife-Ilesha road, directing the contractor handling the project to halt operations and review pavement mixture specifications being used on the road. Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umahi, gave the directive on Sunday to CBC Global Civil and Building Construction Nigeria Limited during an inspection of the Osun section of the ongoing road reconstruction project. Umahi, who toured the Ibadan-Ife-Ilesha road project alongside federal lawmakers and other stakeholders, instructed the contractor to visit another project site to study the pavement mixture before resuming work. He also ordered the contractor to slow work on the carriageway and immediately form 2 teams to focus on constructing the inner and outer shoulders of the road. According to him, the shoulder works are critical in certain sections and must be prioritized. The minister warned that if the project would not be completed within the stipulated time frame, he would withdraw the controller of works overseeing the project in Osun State. Umahi disclosed that he had previously redeployed several controllers in other states and was prepared to do the same in Osun if necessary. Officers of the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, pursuing academic and professional programs abroad, were allowed to participate in the Corps 2026 promotion exercise remotely, in what the agency described as a major step towards digitizing personnel management and eliminating barriers to career advancement. The Corps introduced real-time monitoring cameras and independent observers from the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and the Federal Character Commission to oversee its 2026 promotion exercise to boost transparency and public confidence in the process. According to a statement issued by the Corps Public Education Officer, Deputy Corps Commander Osondu Oheri, the agency leveraged digital technology to conduct one of the largest promotion exercises in its history, advancing more than 10,000 personnel through a process designed to eliminate bottlenecks and enhance merit-based assessment. It stated that the promotion exercise, which covered 3,597 intermediate rank officers and 6,408 junior officers nationwide, was conducted under the leadership of the Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed. The FRSC said the exercise reflected Mohammed's vision of building a highly motivated, professional, and future-ready workforce, where diligence, innovation, commitment, and excellence were recognized and rewarded. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has formally ended admissions into affiliated degree programs run by colleges of education, marking a major shift in Nigeria's teacher education system and effectively making the Nigeria Certificate in Education the sole entry route into the institutions from the 2026-2027 academic session. The decision is contained in JAMB's newly released NCE-ND Agric Registration Guidelines, issued by the Office of the Registrar in June 2026. JAMB also ruled out direct admission into 100 and 200 levels in colleges of education, insisting that all fresh entrants must now come through the NCE program. The development signals the end of an era for affiliated degree programs, which for decades enabled colleges of education to award university degrees through partnerships with conventional universities. The reform is expected to affect thousands of candidates who applied for degree programs through affiliated colleges of education for the 2026 admission cycle. To cushion the impact, JAMB outlined options for candidates who had already selected affiliated colleges of education for degree programs through direct entry. According to the board, Affected candidates may apply for a change of institution at no cost, transfer to the parent university to which the degree program is affiliated, or allow their second choice institution to become their first choice for admission processing. JAMB added that candidates wishing to switch institutions had been given up to June 22nd to complete the process. Federal University lecturers are experiencing a mix of immediate relief and systemic anxiety following the recent clearance of their 5 months outstanding allowances by the federal government. The breakthrough became evident as institutions began clearing major financial backlogs. Professor Adelaja Odukoya, former Lagos Zone Coordinator of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, and the current Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Lagos, confirmed to journalists on Sunday that UNILAG has successfully cleared all the outstanding salaries and allowances tied to the recent FG-ASU agreements. Odukoya noted that this wave of payments is likely replicating across other federal universities, injecting a rare moment of happiness and relief among campus workers. Despite the initial celebration, union leaders are raising alarm over the long-term sustainability of these funding updates. According to the former ASU zonal leader, massive financial disputes remain entirely unresolved, including the outstanding 25% and 35% wage award, the huge arrears of promotion allowances, as well as the withheld 3.5 months salaries from the 2022 industrial action. The Social Democratic Party governorship candidate in the Ekiti State election, Olubenga Obafemi, has rejected the 179 votes reportedly allotted to his party, saying the figure does not reflect its performance at the polls. Obafemi, who spoke on a television program on Sunday, said the SDP was still collating results from polling units across the state and would examine the figures before deciding its next line of action. The candidate also said he was confident of winning the election, arguing that he had sufficient name recognition across Ekiti State. He further alleged that the ruling party restricted the SDP's campaign activities by preventing it from placing banners on advertisement boards during the campaign period. The SDP candidate did not provide further details of the alleged restriction, while the ruling party had yet to respond to the claim as of the time of filing this report. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) in Duku local government area of Gombe State has received a major political boost following the defection of more than 2,000 members from the All Progressives Congress, African Democratic Congress, and People's Redemption Party. The defectors formally joined the PDP on Sunday during a meeting convened by the Duku chapter of Pantami Youth Support to reaffirm support for the 2027 governorship aspiration of Professor Issa Ali Pantami. The event drew party supporters, youth groups, and community stakeholders from across the local government area, underscoring growing grassroots mobilization ahead of the next electoral cycle. Speaking at the gathering, the chairman of the PDP in Duku local government area, Alhaji Umar Ladan, officially welcomed the new members into the party. He described the mass defection as a significant endorsement of the PDP and a reflection of increasing public confidence in the leadership qualities and vision of Professor Pantami. Laden assured the new entrants of equal opportunities within the party and urged them to contribute actively to strengthening the PDP at the ward and local government levels. According to him, the party remains committed to building an inclusive political platform capable of addressing the developmental aspirations of the people of Gombe State. The defectors expressed their support for Pantami's governorship ambition, citing his track record in public service, leadership credentials, and commitment to development as key factors behind their decision. The Federal High Court in Abuja is set to hear a suit filed by an aspirant, Dr. Yakubu Kingsley, challenging the emergence of former Governor of Rivers, Donald Duke, as the presidential candidate of the People's Redemption Party in the 2027 general elections. The case, which is coming up for hearing for the first time on Monday, was fixed by Justice Mohammed Umar. Hearing notices to the effect had been issued and served on parties in the suit. The plaintiff wants the court to determine whether Duke was duly returned as the presidential candidate of PRP in the May 25th primary election, in which the results were declared on May 26th, despite not being a registered member of the party as of May 4th, when the PRP membership register was submitted to INEC. He therefore sought a declaration that the ex-governor, not having been a registered member of PRP, cannot participate in the party's primary election held on May 25th, where he was declared the winner on May 26th. He sought a declaration that Duke ought not to have been cleared for the presidential primary election contest, having failed to comply with the party's guidelines for physical presence at the screening at its national secretariat. He also sought an order directing the commission not to recognize Duke as PRP's presidential flag bearer, or to delete his name from its database as the presidential candidate of the party. The plaintiff further sought an order directing the electoral umpire to recognize him as PRP's presidential candidate. Hope is rising for the safe release of 39 abducted school children and 7 teachers from Ahore Sile, Yawota, and Alausa communities in Orire local government area of Oyo State, as security operatives rev up efforts to rescue the victims. This is coming as former head of state, General Abdul Salami Abubakar, urged Nigerians to unite behind the nation's security agencies in the fight against terrorism. Multiple security sources disclosed that troops and other security personnel involved in the rescue operation have effectively surrounded a hideout within the National Park Forest area, where the abducted pupils and teachers are believed to be held. The victims were kidnapped on May 15, 2026, when armed terrorists attacked Baptist Nursery and Primary School in Yawota and 2 other schools in Esinle, abducting pupils and teachers. According to security sources, the terrorists have been effectively contained within the forest, with security operatives blocking possible escape routes and restricting their movement with the hostages. Faced with mounting pressure and the likelihood of capture, the terrorists have reportedly resorted to desperate tactics, including the recent gruesome killing of one of the abducted teachers, apparently in an attempt to blackmail authorities and halt the ongoing rescue operation. The Ogun State Police Command said it has commenced a comprehensive investigation into the circumstances surrounding the deaths of renowned broadcaster and retired Ogun State television personality, Ms. Kiton Oyesiku, and her security guard. Command spokesman DSP Oluseyi Babasheyi disclosed in a statement that the incident was reported at Owode-Egba Division on Sunday, June 21st, 2026, by a resident of Iyanagodo village who raised alarm over suspicious activities at the residence. Babasheyi said police detectives were immediately deployed to the scene, where preliminary assessment revealed signs of forced entry and disturbance. According to the statement, during a thorough search of the premises, the corpse of the security guard was discovered within the security post, while the body of Miss Oyesiku was later found inside her apartment. The victim's vehicle was also observed missing from the premises. Babasheyi said the Commissioner of Police, Ogun State Command, CP Bode Ojajuni, has ordered a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding the incident. He noted that an intensive investigation was ongoing to unravel the facts, track down and apprehend the perpetrators of this heinous act, while ensuring that all those involved were brought to justice. The command assured the public that no efforts would be spared in ensuring that justice is served, while urging residents to remain calm, vigilant, and to provide any useful information that may assist the ongoing investigation. Still to come, confirmed Ebola cases in Congo outbreak top 1,000 with 254 deaths. US and Iran conclude high-level talks in Switzerland, mediators say. Details shortly.
Save Nature TV. News in your pocket.
Confirmed cases in the Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo have reached 1,003, including 254 deaths, officials said in a statement late Sunday, as tracing those who had been in contact with patients remains a major challenge. A total of 100 people have recovered in the outbreak, concentrated in the Ituri province since it was declared on May 15th, Congo's Ministry of Health said. At least 365 patients are in hospitals or in isolation, it said. The Ebola outbreak caused by the rare Bundibugyo virus, which has no vaccines or treatment, was the worst ever in its first month. Officials admit there could be far more cases they still don't know about, and that the peak of the outbreak is still ahead. The ministry said contact tracing remains a key issue for local authorities, who have only achieved a 55% coverage rate. More than a month into the outbreak, officials believe the disease continues to outpace response efforts, and no one knows its true scale. Officials are also yet to identify the outbreak's patient zero, and still need to trace more than 35,000 people who have come in contact with infected individuals as of last week, authorities said. The first round of talks between high-ranking US and Iranian officials in Switzerland ended Monday, mediators said, after a tense opening marked by Tehran's announcement it had again closed the Strait of Hormuz, and US President Donald Trump repeating his threats to resume attacks on Iran. A joint statement from mediating nations, Qatar and Pakistan, said the US and Iran agreed to a roadmap toward a final deal within 60 days. Technical talks will continue for the rest of the week in the Qatari-owned Swiss mountain resort, according to the statement, which was released by the Qatari Foreign Ministry. The parties agreed to a mechanism to end the fighting in Lebanon and opened a communications line to help ensure safe passages for commercial ships through the contested strait, the statement said. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance began talks with Iranian officials on Sunday under the terms of a memorandum of understanding reached last week to extend a tenuous ceasefire from April for at least another 60 days. The decisions continued until the early hours of Monday. In a post on social media, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said his country had secured waivers for oil and petrochemical exports, the release of some frozen assets, and the launch of a reconstruction and development plan for Iran. Let's join Christopher Lele for sports news.
The Carthage Eagles of Tunisia are facing the possibility of walkover in the final group stage match of the 2026 FIFA World Cup due to reported visa complications. According to reports emerging from the Tunisian camp, the team may be unable to honor the decisive group stage fixture against the Netherlands in the United States unless urgent measures are taken to resolve the situation. The development represents another setback for Tunisia, who have already endured a disappointing campaign at the tournament. The North Africans suffered defeat in their opening two matches against Sweden and Japan, leaving their hopes of progressing from the group in serious doubts. With the clash against the Netherlands expected to be their final outing at the tournament, uncertainty now surrounds whether the Carthage Eagles will be able to take to the field. Egypt earned their first World Cup win in their history by beating New Zealand 3-1 on Sunday, putting them on track to reach the knockout round for the first time. Mohamed Salah, Mustafa Ziko and Trezeguet were Egypt's scorers after Finn Salman had given New Zealand the lead after 15 minutes of the Group G match in Vancouver. The victory puts Egypt top of Group G on 4 points and needing just a draw against Iran in Seattle on Friday to move into the last 32. Iran frustrated 10-man Belgium in an entertaining goalless draw that leaves World Cup Group G wide open. Belgium were the favourites to win the game, but Iran's efforts were correctly seen played out. Belgium and Iran piled on the pressure in the second half. Both sides had chances to win it late on, but neither could break the deadlock. In tennis, Serena Williams will make a surprise return to singles action on Wimbledon late this month after accepting a wild card. The 44-year-old has been given the final spot in the women's main draw, filling a gap left following the initial announcement on Tuesday. Williams has played 2 doubles matches since making her competitive return earlier this month after a 4-year absence. She has won the Wimbledon singles title 7 times, but remains one short of Margaret Court's long-standing women's record of 24 Grand Slam wins. Williams had already been given a wild card to play alongside older sister Venus in the Wimbledon doubles. In golf, for the second time in 4 years, Wyndham Clark has won the US Open. He went wire to wire as the leader at Shinnecock Hills to take home the national championship for the second time. A shaky front nine on Sunday brought the rest of the field back into play, but Clark steadied the ship late. He finished at 4 under par, just 1 shot better than Sam Burns. Clark made 3 bogeys on the front nine, cutting his 6-shot lead to just 1, but an incredible birdie on the 10th, followed by a solid par on 11, helped him steady the ship.
Down and in. Unlikely birdie for Clark to open it up to 2 over Burns.
That's Sports News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
That's it on Global News. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder, and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app, and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome once again to the Sage. Welcome to this exciting journey which we take together. As usual, I am Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your guide on this show. Today we're going to talk about something, oh, so exciting. Something that gives pleasure, something that brightens one's day and one's life. Today we're going to talk again about fashion, about tailoring, about fashion, about looking beautiful. Why not? Life is all about joy and beauty. For many reasons, I had talked about the fact that this our country, Nigeria, is tops when it comes to fashion. We excel. We love the way we look. We glory in the colors, in the styles, in the shines. And why not? We do it better than anybody else in the world. As I had said, we're literally peacocks, and why not? They're God-given reasons to be happy. As my sister, who is a famous fashion designer herself, would say, and as I say to her each time she makes all my lovely outfits for me, I savor them. I take out each one, display it, think about the occasion to wear it, and find joy in it. That is the way life is meant to be lived. Savoring the pleasures, finding the joys in them, enjoying them, because they're God-given gifts. And so today we come again to discuss fashion for several reasons. One is that apart from the joy it brings and the way it makes us look, it is also an amazing opportunity to display creativity. It is also a very lucrative field, one that has potential to provide jobs for so many people, so many young people. We never stop making clothes, no matter the situation. And so many people out there who are thinking about something to do to empower themselves, to generate money, to make an income. Fashion is surely the way to go, if you do it right. And so we're so pleased to bring you on this show today an amazing young man. Talented, creative, bold. And what I particularly want to stress in this show is that he, like many of the other young people we've showcased to you, is like any one of us, any one of you out there. He was just blessed and lucky to have found his passion and to have found support to bring his passion to life. He's a talented tailor, a fashion designer, bold. I have dressed today in honor of him. This young man, even though he sews for men, believes in making a statement with what you sew. The bold and the beautiful, the glitter, the stones, of finding yourself, your identity, your dignity in what you showcase, in what you wear. Stay with us as we unveil this wonderful treasure to you. See you in the next segment. Welcome once again to The Sage, and thank you for staying with us. We promise you a truly, truly interesting ride with us today. At the end of the last segment, we had talked about a wonderful young man, gifted, talented, bold in his ideas. It's no other than Samson Adaiku, one of the merriest fellows we have in the C4C group, who brings joy, laughter to the group as a whole, but who is a gifted tailor and fashion designer. Samson, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for agreeing to be with us and being what you are. As I had said earlier, it's a joy which they will witness with me when you tell your story, and they find that it's not that you fell from the skies, it's just that you're the normal, ordinary young man, but who, through providence, has found your way. So Samson, tell us about yourself.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Adaiku Samson, and I'm from Benue State. Currently, we reside in Abuja. I grew up here. I did my primary, secondary, and tertiary studies here. I did my national youth service in Kwara State, Offa precisely. And
what did you study? Fashion designing?
No. I studied biological science from University of Abuja.
Okay.
Yes. And I did my national youth service in Kwara State, Offa precisely. And I'm a tailor and a fashion designer. You know, some people would say, Sam, why would you say you're a tailor? You're a designer, you're always coming out different. But then I love the tailoring aspect. That's who I am. Yes. And here we are today. I'm from a very small family, like I used to say. We are just 7.
Just 7?
Yes, just 7. I'm the second son. I'm the second born, the first son. And we reside in ENUGU, and that's where my business workspace is as well. Thank you.
That's interesting. From a tiny family of 7? Yeah. But tell us, where did this, you did biological sciences? Yeah. Where did this tailoring and fashion designing come? Where did your inspiration come from?
Okay, tailoring, I would say I was born with it because I grew up into it. My mom, she was a tailor as well. She does tailoring. While I was small, I always go close to her. I work with her. I play around with her. I help her out with some stuff back then. So I didn't know what it was initially, but while growing up, I got to know that it is actually my passion. It's something I love doing. I like staying close to tailoring environment. I always visit tailor shops while growing up. It was after I finished my national youth service, I was going to help a friend out, someone that is into tailoring as well. I help him out whenever I'm free. But then I was just doing it for fun, no pays, no nothing. Then I came in contact with C4C, and after much training, and they helped me a lot. They really helped me a lot. Then I never knew I could make money out of my passion. But then when I came in contact with C4C, it was a life-transforming event. They transformed me. They really helped me to know that, yeah, son, you can make money from what you love doing. And immediately I ventured into that. I just hit the ground rolling immediately. It was just happening like magic. Honestly, I love what I'm doing. I love my job. I love tailoring. It gives me joy. It makes me happy. I feel good because I'm useful to myself. I'm useful to my family. And I'm giving back to the society as well. And also I make...
Hold it there. When we come back in the next segment, you're going to tell us a bit more about your business.
All right.
Wonderful. It's so lovely to hear you say you're doing what you love, you're living your passion. We'll be back. Thank you for staying with us. Welcome once again to The Sage, and thank you for staying with us. Before we took a short break, we had been listening to Samson tell his amazing story about his business, how it started, and so on. Please continue.
Okay. I would like to start from where and how I started my business. You know, my family has actually been a strong motivation for me. Like my mom in particular, she was a tailor back then. But then I used to call her old school tailor because this is what we do now. Yes. We are trending now. Those stuffs they do then is old school. It's not trending anymore. So she is actually my #1 major motivation, and she inspires me a lot. And I would say my first sewing machine was gifted to me by my mom. Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
How sweet. So she encouraged you.
Yeah.
I mean, not just, but also financially with equipment, yeah.
She's like my foundation to fashion designing. Yeah, because I started learning from her when I was just a kid. And here I am, I'm all grown, and she gifted me a sewing machine, so what more do I need? I got everything. Then I came in contact with C4C. They gave me a full package. Yeah.
Oh, we tried, eh?
Yeah. I think, go ahead. Yeah, we tried. They gave me the full package. They trained me. Yeah. They built my business mind. They gave me all I needed to set up a very good business, fashion business. I got all I needed, the full package. Ranging from the knowledge, business mind, the idea, and the equipment as well. So I really give glory to God for coming in contact with C4C. Then while doing the business, of course, I love what I do.
Oh.
I love what I do. Sometimes I just go around the place, look at designs that we've made. It gives me joy. Coupled with the fact that I make ends meet from the business as well.
Yeah. That is the real empowerment, the money.
Yeah, it motivates me a lot because you make money from what you love doing, something that I could do ordinarily without collecting money. But then I'm making good money from it. And also another thing that really gives me joy is that I'm giving back to the society.
Okay.
Because apparently I have 9 apprentices working with me.
Okay.
And I'm training them for free.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm training them for free. And watching them living their dream makes me happy because I feel like, oh yeah, you are already an impact on these ones already. So it makes me happy. I feel good. I feel happy. And my pocket is also happy.
That's a lovely story, Samson. Thank you for sharing it with us. And something else about Samson is that, like I said at the beginning, he's bold, you know. He believes, he calls his mom old school because he does only men's fashion, right? Yes. But he does it believing that why shouldn't a man sparkle? Why shouldn't a man stand out? And so actually in deference to him in preparing for this show, I had to go and find something sparkly to wear. And I agree with him. Why not? You know, why shouldn't the men themselves also? You tell us about it.
Yes, ma'am. You know, the Sam's creation, I'll tell you that everyone out there is unique in their own way.
Okay.
Everybody is unique. And that's what we are out here to do. To give you that uniqueness, to make you enjoy your unique fashion taste. We satisfy that taste for you. You know, some people will be like, no, looking flashy, looking colorful is only for women. No, you can always stand out as a man. When you go to an occasion, you can be different from others, look classic, look unique, and be special. You can come glowing. Who cares?
Absolutely.
Yes, just be different. Just be different and be unique as well. So we believe that everybody, every human has unique fashion taste, and we are here to satisfy that. If you want it flashy, if you want it colorful, whatever, we are here for you.
The Sams will do it.
Yeah, 100%.
Wonderful. It's good to have a niche, you know, and that is the thing about success in business, which is clearly being demonstrated by what you do, that you have fashioned your own niche. Your niche is unique outfits for men, and you followed it, and it is paying. Well done. You've told us about your business, you've told us about your apprentices and the people working for you. We've talked about how unique and creative it is. I can see some things next to you. What are they? Did you bring samples? Please, let's see them.
Yes, ma'am.
Let our audience share the joys.
Oh, okay. Just a few samples of what we do. Okay. This is just a very simple kaftan. Yeah. Simple and classic. As you can see, very simple.
Okay, with a lovely colored pocket
Yeah,
bit.
Yeah, this is a pocket filler.
Okay.
To brighten up
Not a white outfit.
Yeah, to make it more colorful.
Okay.
Yes, and talking about being different. Yeah, I think I have something special here. This is colorful as well. This is a plain and patterned cloth. It's a kaftan, but if you look.
Wow, it's competing with me for glitter.
Yeah, it has stones. It's just unique.
Yes, it is unique. It is beautiful.
Yeah.
It is beautiful.
Thank you. And this is, yeah, we do a lot. We do agbada as well.
Okay.
Yeah, for the big Nigerian man. So, big men out there, we got you covered. Whenever you're ready, just hit us at the Sams. Yeah, this is.
Oh.
This is a mini agbada for you.
That is a bold statement.
Yeah.
The color?
Yeah.
And then the beautiful embroidery.
Yeah, man.
Ah, that is a bold. Yeah, now we believe you.
Yeah.
You make bold statements.
Very, very bold. So we got everybody covered, mama. Not just the new schools, but the old schools. Permit me to use.
I hope your mom is not watching this show. You've already called her old school.
Okay, let me use the word, both the elderly, the young, and middle age.
We don't mind being old school.
Okay.
A gifted young designer and tailor, and like he says, he also likes to do it hands-on and do the cutting and sewing himself. So Samson, tell us, what would you say to many other people out there, our audience watching? What do you think were the main things that got you where you are? What would be your words of wisdom to them?
Okay. Excuse me. Well, I would like to start from letting every young Nigerians, young Africans, young people out there know that Sam is just an ordinary person, just like you. We are ordinary, built up with potentials. We all have potentials in us. So it's left for you to exploit that. Just look deep into you, believe in yourself. That thing you like doing, why not push yourself harder? Take a bold step. You know, one thing that has actually limited a lot of youths these days is fear, this fear factor, fear of failure. Nobody wants to take a step. But then, you don't know. That step might just be your breakthrough. That step you are scared, you are afraid of taking, might just be your breakthrough. So I want to encourage us that we should always take a bold step. Nobody is an alien. Everybody started from somewhere. Start from where you are. You will make it, definitely. If someone like Sam, an ordinary street boy that just goes around, sit down in tailor shop, do nothing, just play around with scissors, machine tapes and all that. I'm here living my dream. Why not? You can do it. We can all do it. Just believe in yourself. Let go of the fear. Take the bold step, and the sky will be your starting point.
Wow. Wow. I think that was beautiful. Sam has said it so well that I'm not sure what to add to that. Find your passion, be bold, take it. Like he says, he's just like any other young person out there. Not because he came into this world with a silver spoon, but because he had the courage to be lucky enough, follow the passion he found in looking up to what his mom did and actually following it. And that is indeed our word to all the viewers, all the young people watching and in this country. Every one of you can do what Sam did and is doing. You all have the potential. Just find out what drives you, what you're passionate about. Believe in it and go forward. But I'm also saying to Nigerians, particularly to those of us who are adults out there, we need to be there to support them. Sam had his passion, he had his dream, he was enterprising, he was courageous, he had that first equipment from his mom. But what was also necessary was the mentorship and support, which needs to come from us, particularly the older folks, particularly organizations, particularly government, who need to look at our young people and support their dreams in a tangible manner. In C4C, we give them management skills for business. We also do our best to provide equipment so that that business can indeed become a reality. We are proud of having done this. The few years in which we've done it has been a proof of concept. We are overwhelmed by the amazing young people and what we've been able to do for them. To the public out there, we have a long way to go. Please donate to our effort to do this. This kind of support needs to be scaled up. Every state in this country should be providing this kind of long, medium-term support for their young people. Identify those who are seriously interested in business, work with them, train them to really manage the business, help them to achieve their dreams and be useful and economically empowered members of our society. We in C4C ask for support. We're willing to use the experience we have garnered to make this available to many more young people, if you work with us to do so. Sam, thank you once again for being with us. Thank you for being the inspiration you are. And don't ever give up. Thank you all. See you all again next week.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Good afternoon. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And I'm your baby girl, Queenette Mukunta. There's a twist to today's edition prior to the fact that today being June 12th is Nigeria's Democracy Day. So I have two interesting guests I'll be having this conversation with me. One is via Zoom and one is live in the studio with me. June 12th is celebrated in Nigeria as Democracy Day, a day that honors the country's long and painful journey toward democratic governance. It marks the anniversary of the 1993 presidential election, widely regarded as Nigeria's freest and fairest, which was won by Chief Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola. Abiola's victory symbolized hope for a united and democratic Nigeria. He gained widespread support across ethnic and religious lines, an unusual feat in Nigeria politics. However, the military regime of General Ibrahim Babangida shocked the nation by annulling the election, plunging Nigeria into political crisis. The annulment sparked protests and resistance, leading to years of military dictatorship under General Sani Abacha. Abiola was arrested in 1994 after declaring himself president and tragically died in detention in 1998 without ever being sworn in. For many years, June 12 was remembered unofficially, especially in the southeast. It became a symbol of resistance against oppression and a reminder to the struggle for true democracy. In 2018, President Muhammadu Buhari formally recognized June 12 as Democracy Day, replacing May 29, and posthumously awarded MKO Abiola the GCFR, Nigeria's highest national honor. Today, June 12, serves not just as a celebration, but also a day of reflection on the sacrifices made, the progress achieved, and the work still needed to ensure a Nigeria where the will of the people truly prevails. So, live here with me is Uchechukwu Jonathan, and he had to pick a side to this particular conversation. He said he's interested in the part whereby the government are not letting youth soar high to becoming the next leaders of tomorrow. So thanks for joining me, Chukwemeka Jonathan.
You're welcome. It's a great honor to be on this show with you. And I am so excited that I have picked this end of the topic.
Okay.
For me, saying that the government has not actually given the youth of today the part or the power to soar high in the government is actually coming down to the fact where, as a leader, or if you want to be a leader in the government sector, you will need the higher ups and some finances. And actually, the youth of the country has not gotten to that point where they have the finances to move from the base level to where we would want them to stand as governors and presidents of states and of the country. So I would say if the government would want the youth to participate in the government sector, then there should be aid and finances that will be granted to participants or people who have interest for these government offices. And also ageism and bias is another thing that they practice very often in the government sector, where they say the youth are inexperienced and they do not have the capacity to hold positions. Who said that? Who made that rule?
But they should have a reason to say that. Maybe because they feel we are not experienced, like you said, and we are too young to, hold power, to give authorities and all that.
You cannot justify that without giving them a trial. I mean, if there is a trial, then that is when you can say, okay, they failed in that sector.
Okay.
And for them saying we are inexperienced, I don't think that works. Because if you are giving somebody an opportunity, then there should be necessary amenities that align to that. I mean, if you want them to be good leaders, then you should provide them with all they need to be good leaders.
But don't you think the reason why they said we are inexperienced is because we've never done this before? You know, we've never been in that position before. The only thing I like that you said is the fact that they should give us the opportunity. You can never tell if they give us the opportunity, but the opportunity is not given. So they're just looking at it that you've never handled power, so you can't fit in. All right, but in what aspect actually do you think the youths are even portraying that, okay, government should give them the opportunity to do this? Are they giving the right heads up? Are they giving the right character to say, okay, you can handle this particular power and all that?
Yes, in some sectors, because it's not actually very easy to pivot some government sectors as it is right now in the country because of the politicians and the favoritism that applies to some positions and offices. But if you check very well, there are some youth out there who are ambitious politically and would love and would be good leaders if the opportunity is presented. Just like the House of the Assemblies, I am sure that there are youth who are interested in those positions. If we're coming back to the grassroots level, there are some youth who are chairman in various local governments.
Okay.
And in some wards, there are some youth who are leaders. So, I mean, if they get the favoritism from these top people or they get the power from these top politicians, it would make them more open to the space that they would want to attain.
Okay. But, you know, another reason why they wouldn't want us to soar into becoming the leaders of tomorrow that we always aspire to be is the fact that youths are turning to something else, like they always say. Talk of those that are into drug, those that are into fraud, those that are into prostitution, those that are into illegal things, name them. You know what I'm talking about. So when they look at the so-called youths or leaders of tomorrow doing things like this, don't you think it would change their mind and say, oh, we can't do this, we can't leave this country in the hands of these people? Because honestly, I think the only time youths always bring themselves out to things like this is when it comes to protests. All right, because at that point they know they've gotten it up to here. But when they say, okay, let's give you people the opportunity, and they are looking for people to give the opportunity, and they are finding out that, oh, these kind of people are into drug, they smoke a lot, they party a lot, you know, some of them are standing on the road, they're into robbery, they're into kidnapping, name them. Do you think they would still want to change their mind to give us that go-ahead order?
If we're looking at it from that angle, I'm not sure anybody would move, because everybody has the bad side.
Facts.
Flaws.
Yeah.
And they are youths. But if we look very deeply, there are some youths who are still pure, both in art and physically. So those are the persons that we pinpoint and give these roles to. Probably when we go to the grassroots level, as I'm saying, because we cannot just skyrocket to being presidents and governors. So if we look at it from the grassroots level, we can actually go back, see these people, and pick out the persons who are ambitious and doing well. I mean, in that way, we can groom them. The government or this body of people can groom them and teach them all that they need if the government wants the youth to be leaders, as they claim.
Okay. So, but what else do you think the government can, you know, when it comes to entrepreneurship, skills and all that? Because if you check now, majority of the youths are into entrepreneurship. All right, they're into skills, one skill or the other, to make ends meet. We call it hustle. They're hustling now. So what other aspect do you think the government could help? Because as rightly said, that democracy is government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So what do you think the government per se could do to be able to empower youths like this, especially in small communities? All right, let's start from the small community, the rural areas. What do you think the government can do to empower them so as not to, waste their home to drink, smoke, party, and all that?
Coming from what angle exactly? Is it the entrepreneurship angle?
Whichever angle that you feel they should do something.
Okay. Now, back to the example that you made, that use these people probably are drunkards and all of those negative vices. The reason why most persons actually go into these stuffs that are mostly illegal is probably because this is where they get their money from.
Okay.
Now, if the governments are able to ascertain where they can place this youth, I think it would make more sense. Now, come back to the rural area, like you said, there are some persons who are very good in farming, in agriculture. If these people are groomed, given all the necessary equipment that they need, that also can actually help in reducing the level of unemployment, the level of youth roaming around, and create more manpower, and even the economy itself will have a raise. So I think if they can go back to the level, the grassroots level, like, as I keep repeating, they would find all that they need. And there are some youths who have skills but no money. Now, if they give grants to these people, they can find themselves doing things that they love, things that they have passion for, and it will limit the excessive youth that are roaming around and the wrong acts of youths.
Okay. The only part where I feel government are actually trying when it comes to, empowering the youth to do entrepreneurship, skills and all, is when it comes to the side in the NYSC, and that lasts for just 3 weeks, I guess. So I personally, I feel they should do something like that again. When you're out of service, maybe for 1 year or something. All right, because you made mention of there's some youth that have interest and passion for things they want to learn. So aside from the whole Said in the NYSC orientation camp, I feel they should do the same Said outside the orientation camp. There's this whole link, I don't know if you've ever seen it. They send it to youth empowerment, whatever. And that when you click the link, something you get. Have you seen it before? They send you money and all that. So if they can do something like that, they can as well do something like Said in the NYSC to bring it out of the NYSC, maybe 1 year maximum, to empower the youth. Don't you think so?
Well, I think something like that actually exists
outside the NYSC orientation
but it's not
camp.
usually called Said or something. I think something like that exists probably for girl child. I think I've seen it somewhere for girl child and women. Okay. And then there is another one for youth in general. But one thing that I've noticed is that most of these things do not trend. People do not know about them. Maybe
exactly.
Because to register, and then another fact is the registration. The registration, you are telling a youth to register for something that is that big, but the money to register is not there. So if they actually want something out of the youth, then they should bring the registration a little bit lesser, or probably make it free. But for the Said, like you said, Said is actually, it goes on for the year, but you would have to pay a certain, probably 30% or something like that, to continue, if you want to continue in whatever you learned in camp. So if the government wants the grassroots or the people in the rural environment to actually limit their excessiveness outside or their negative vices, then they should make this program probably compulsory for them, or for a certain group of people or a certain age, whereby they infuse it in their schools, maybe secondary school, infuse it in their curriculum or something like that. I mean, they would want to do it after secondary school.
Yeah.
And it creates more opportunities for them. Probably if they don't venture into university or the higher levels, they can do something that is more entrepreneurial rather. Makes
All
sense.
right, thank you very much, Uchenna Jonathan, for this tete-a-tete talk we've had concerning Democracy Day. I love your insights, and I hope the governments are listening to know that the youths are here. They want you to hear them cry. They want you to hear them speak. We want you to, you know, engage us. And I mean, you never can tell. We could do wonders. We could do more than you expect. And of course, keep us engaged so as not to keep, you know, constituting nuisance in the society. And of course, the whole robbery, kidnapping would possibly stop. And of course, it would even increase the economy of the country, right? All right, so I'll go on a short break, and when I return, I would reveal my next guest to you. She's coming via Zoom, so stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the news right before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
I'm going. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Happy Democracy Day to every citizen of Nigeria. So joining me right now via Zoom is VJ Promise. I told you earlier that she'll be joining us via Zoom. She's popularly known as VJ Proms. She was part of the people that, you know, the co-managers for Voices in Praise 2024. So over to you, VJ Promise. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. So you made mention of something while my producer was texting you.
Yeah.
Okay. Promise, can you keep your phone like one place so that it won't be shaking or something, so it can be stable?
Okay. Is this better?
Okay. Okay. So, you know, you made mention of the fact that youth doesn't even know what happened on Democracy Day. They don't even have an idea. They're not interested. Some are not interested. Some are not invested. Some don't care of Democracy Day, June 12th. Some don't even know that Democracy Day is June 12th, and you said you wanted to start from that angle. So I'm giving you the forefront now. Talk to us about it.
Okay. The thing is, I wouldn't say that some of us are not interested. What I would say is a lot of young people are not aware of what June 12th is about. They don't really know what the democracy day is about. So what I would say is okay. Please give me a minute. I was distracted somebody.
Okay.
Okay, so what I would say is a lot of people are not really aware of what June 12th is about.
All right.
Yeah, a lot of people are not aware of what June 12th is about.
Mhm.
So how do you celebrate what you do not know?
Okay.
So that's the angle of the conversation I was trying to have with her earlier. So there's no way we can actually, start talking about, start celebrating what we are not aware of or what we don't know about. Yeah.
Okay. So, but why do you think they are not aware? Because right from when we're in primary school, secondary school, we usually go for a day break. The students don't really go to school, or maybe they go for some celebration, maybe march past and all that. So why do you think that youth are not aware of Democracy Day?
Because just like I said, democracy literally is government for the people by the people. Abi?
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to be. That's what the declaration is supposed to be. But I mean, at the moment, there's no, even with the last election, you can tell, there's literally no government for the people anyway. So people are exhausted, especially young people. Young people are exhausted. Young people are tired of being said something to, and at the end of the day, or hearing things that don't happen. So I can say young people are tired of the government. So at this point, nobody actually cares. Yes, we remember such moments like you mentioned, for March past, for what I want to say examples, you may see I've even forgotten them because they are not even that relevant in times like this, in today's world, today's business. Because the government are just taking us for, will I say, for granted? They are not, I mean, there's literally nothing to celebrate. If there are anywhere celebrating Democracy Day right now, then there should really be a change. Because if you look at even the last election, a lot of people came out to vote, a lot of people came out to do the right thing. But at the end of the day, it was swayed, allegedly, you know, it was swayed to, or swayed in their favor. So imagine where multiple people come out, multiple people come out to do something to support the government or to actually participate in governance. And at the end of the day, I mean, what are you celebrating? And you come out today to say today is democracy. How? I mean, it's funny. Because there's nothing democratic about today. There's really nothing democratic about today.
Okay.
From more perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so would you say the government are less interested in the affairs of the youth? You know, prior to the fact that you just mentioned that there's nothing to celebrate, there's no effort put to the efforts we bring to the table, especially in the last election that took place. The youths, you know, took it to their decision to, you know, vote and all that. So would you say the government are neglecting the youth because of that?
They are neglecting the youth for as long as I can remember. They don't care for the youth. That's why somebody over 80 is in governance. That's why, I mean, people over in their old age, they tell you we are the, is it the youth? What's that phrase they usually use? For tomorrow, something about tomorrow. We are the one coming up for tomorrow. But tomorrow never comes. I mean, you keep on saying, oh, this day, oh, this day. You never get to see the young. And when you see a young person, you just see them already bought. They have paid their way to buy that young person. You know, so the young persons are probably there not on their own accord, but because they are just for for them to just get whatever they can get out of it, out of that knowledge. So really, there's literally nothing to celebrate today, and I cannot say that the Nigerian government. I can't say that Nigerian government is doing well when it comes to democracy. So that's what I want to say.
Okay, so I asked a guest that just left the studio right now a question, and I'm going to throw that same question to you. Would you say the youths are not you know, giving the energy and vibe for the government to add the youth to whatever decision they make, making us soar into becoming the leaders of tomorrow, allowing us to maybe take chances of taking part in issues of the government, House of Rep, House of Senate, local government areas, and all that? Would you say the youths, because the fact that we have a whole lot of drug addicts, a whole lot of fraudsters, a whole lot of young ladies constituting nuisance and all that, would you say that because of that, the government have neglected youth?
But the government itself, those people on sick, the older people are even the ones doing they are the ones doing the kidnapping now. And all that. The more evil things that you hear about emanates from even the older people. They are even the one sponsoring young people. If you want to go down that route, if you check very well, they are the one, because they don't want this young person. They don't want us to come up. They don't want us to. They want us to be tagged, drug down, traffickers, but they are the ones at the head pushing it. So it still falls back to them. If we're going to have a change, if we're going to really have a democratic country, a democratic if you can still hear me, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Hello?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, it emanates. I'm just trying to say that it emanates from them. It emanates from the head. It flows from the head down, to the bottom. You can't blame any young person that is trying to. Of course, if they are caught, they are going to pay because crime is crime. There's no two ways about it. There's no way to. You can't beat around the bush when it comes to crime. Crime is crime. But you cannot also keep a blind eye. Look at tech. There are young people that are doing wrong. You
Yeah.
see indeed that it's from the top to the bottom. That's how it goes.
Okay, Promise Naji, I don't know if you can still hear me. Thank you very much for this tete-a-tete conversation we've had, something so different from entertainment or something so different from what you do. And I'm sure the government can hear us. I'm sure people at the top can hear that the youths are actually interested and invested in whatever that is happening in this country, and they shouldn't just pay attention to those constituting nuisance and those doing things that maybe are bad to the society and all. Thank you very much for joining me.
All right, thank you for having me. Apologies for all.
All right,
This
this is where the show comes to an end. This is where we draw the curtain. I'm sure you enjoyed this little twist on the edition of today. So join us same time tomorrow, same station, for more insights, more conversation, more stories, more segments. Follow us on all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course, enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Mokonta. Bye.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Right here once again with me is Morgana Ikem. We're having the same conversation on the same topic, but right now she's in poetry. She writes. She doesn't really perform. So same topic, finding rhythm in silence, how performance transforms poetry. So thanks for joining, Morgana Ikem.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I think you should project your voice more a little bit so we can hear you. How do you feel? You're good, right?
Very good.
Okay. So what does rhythm in silence mean to you as a poet?
Well, I can't really say a particular thing yet, but like I will explain.
Okay.
Most of the times I find poetry as the best things. It's not even most of the time, every time, because it explains that feelings. Like I can put down my feelings on writing. I can say it out there. Most times I don't have to look at somebody before I say it. There are all these things. As long as I'm able to express myself, like it's the best thing for me. So,
all right, so but when it comes to the silence, because now it's just you writing, right? So how do you break the silence in particular? How do you break the silence to the point that people can resonate to whatever you've written?
Okay, so I tend to first of all, put my words down. Yes, I put my words and I arrange them in a way that people can understand. Most of the times when I write, I just think about it. Sometimes it just comes to my head and then I put them in writing, and then I share it out there to my friends first of all, because they are the ones that will be like telling you, yeah, this is okay for you to put out there, or this is not okay for you to put out there. So when I'm not sharing it to them, if they're able to understand it, they read meaning to it, then yes, that's when I feel that yes, people can understand it.
Resonate with it.
Yes.
So you work with emotions.
Yes.
So have you ever performed on stage?
Yes, I have. When they opened this Sistibu at Onasata. Yes, I performed there when they opened it near me.
Yeah,
yes.
your poetry, right?
My poetry.
So how was it? Were people able to engage in your not conversation, your poets?
I will say, I'm not going to lie. I will say it went well for me and for the people who understood it. Most times, people around you don't tend to understand this thing because it's poetry. Yes. So when I was reading, most of them were like making noise. Most of them were like, you know, it's not something they can relate to. It's nothing. They didn't see it as anything. But I could still hear some voices behind at the background. They were like, oh my God, this girl is good. Oh my God, I like this. Oh my God, also she was able to write this. So
So
like,
what do you think it's the words that you use that make them not to understand? You know, poetry is like magic. It's some sort of, if I can call it that. Once you put the words together, it takes, not everybody understands, like you said. It takes someone that thinks so deep to understand. So do you think maybe it's the words you put together that make them not really relate to whatever that is being said?
okay, I think it's firstly because they were not listening, and secondly, I also think it's my voice that day.
Okay.
Yes, I also think it's my voice that day because they didn't give me that chance to, like, you know, speak so well. And again, I let my emotions get the better of me because I started looking at them and then I was like, oh my God.
You had stage fright?
Something like
Yeah,
that.
I was about to ask you your emotions. Were you talking about love or something? Or
No,
tragedy?
no. Okay, I think I recited 2 poems, yeah? The other one was about a person, all right? It was love. But the other one wasn't. So why are you guys not relating to any of them?
Maybe your stage fright.
Yeah, I think that's too. That's why I said my voice too, because I wasn't able to speak out loud more because I had to, like, I forgot what I came there to do and I started looking at their faces. All right, so that's why, that's actually what brought the whole stage fright. If not, naturally, I don't.
But like at that point, yeah, let's assume your voice was good,
Loud
and
enough.
sound, right? How would you have, let's take for instance those people that were not resonating at all, and there are people that was resonating with it. How would you engage them? Would you change your line of your line of poetry, or you continue, or maybe you try something to engage them? Because I tend to wonder, is it through the readings or the tone of the voice, like you clearly said now, the tone of your voice, or the reading or body language?
Okay, first of all, to me, I think firstly, it's the voice. Secondly, it's the body language. And thirdly, the words you used. Yes, because sometimes there is this time I wrote something and I shared it with my friends in a group chat, and one person was like, I don't understand this thing, no. You better explain this thing. So it was when I explained, that's when she was able to, you know, get it.
Yeah.
And then she was like, oh my God, yes, this is good.
So what role do you think audience play in the reading and body language of your poets? Because I know most times, most poem writers do not perform like you said, you just write. But what role do you think audience can play to maybe give you guys that ambience to be able to perform?
Okay, just like that day too, yeah. I believe if they were able to, their expression, I believe I would have, be able to gather more courage from their expression if they had given me the right expression. First of all, they were just expecting music, dance that day. Do you get? So it was more like a change for them. They were surprised. Yes. So I think if they were able to give me the right expression, I would have,
So can performance of a poem, I asked this to the other guests, can the performance of a poem contradict the writing?
A performance of a poem contradicts the writing. I can't really say.
Because I'll use you again, for instance, like that
Okay.
particular day you're talking about. You've written a very wonderful poem. Very wonderful poem. Now your performance, it wasn't really, did it give what it's supposed to give? Okay, you did.
No, it didn't give what it was supposed to give. Okay. Yeah.
So do you think the performance of a poem contradicts the writing, whether it's love, tragedy, people, lifestyle, whatever? Do you think the performance?
Okay, yes, it does.
All right.
Because if I was able to put out a good performance out there, even the ones who were not planning to listen, they would have been like, maybe one thing, they would have grabbed one thing and be like, okay, what is she saying? And they will come back. But I think I just looked at their faces and I just got so cold, and then I was just speaking so tiny, and then they were doing their businesses.
So the fault is from you now.
Yeah, it's from me. It was from me.
Okay, so how do you differentiate silence, different forms of silence, especially when writing? Because you're writing, you're not speaking, and you expect people that read it to be able to understand, right? How do I put the words now? How do the silence, like the tones, the silence and everything in that writing, how does it come to play?
Okay, I think first of all, it's the way I was able to arrange the arrangement.
Okay.
And then secondly, the little words that could help you understand whether it's high or low.
Are they in brackets or something?
Yes, sometimes I put brackets. If it's maybe a long poem, yes, I put brackets. But in a very, very short poems now.
So that the brackets, the words, gives you the reason to know, okay, this is...
Yeah, this is where you drag. This is where you...
Pause.
Yes. This is where you pause. This is where you continue. This is where you drag high. This is where you bring it low.
All right, so like what actually intrigued you to go into poetry?
Gang. Now that's the question. Okay, so I think I started writing about 5-6 years ago.
Okay.
Yes. So the first day I brought my book to write, it was more like I just woke up from a dream, a very bad one.
Okay.
So I just picked up my paper because that's literally the only thing I could think of doing. After praying, that was the only thing I felt like, yeah, I should do this. I just brought my paper. Honestly, mind you, I didn't know what I was going to do. I just felt like, yeah, put something down in writing, and I brought a pen, I brought a paper. I didn't know what to do. But like meditating, after that, I was able to write something
What
down.
did you title it? Nothing.
Nothing. I said to God, up to you now.
Nothing.
I haven't think of anything. That's a particular poem I haven't been able to arrange or, fix properly. I think I just wrote things that night and I just let it go. It has been in my diary till today, and I have been writing other poems, arranging them. But till today, I haven't touched that one.
Would you allow me to say people that write so much in their diary, they turn to poets sometimes?
Sometimes, I guess so. But then, it's just like my friend will say, if you don't put your mind very well in it, sometimes you just bring your pen and paper and you're like, today has been a very rough day for me, this one, that one. But then when you put your mind into it and you're like, no, I need to give meaning to this writing, that's when you can say, you can hit your chest and tell yourself, yeah, I'm a poet.
What did you study? Because the last guest I had said she's a nurse.
Oh my God.
She said she's a nurse, and I'm wondering, how do a nurse and
it doesn't
it's
have
not
any
thinking. So what did you study? Arts or science too?
Arts, actually.
Okay. As
Arts,
expected,
but
actually.
sometimes just the way the person said it, yes. I think if you ask me, I think it doesn't really have to. You don't have to be an art student. Just like he said, sometimes when you write so much in your diary and you're like, I can actually do this, I can go deeper in this, then you can be able to write. And before you know it, if you read more about it, before you know it, you start writing, posting, and then people will start, yeah. So I think it doesn't have to do with your whatever you studied.
Do you think there are challenges to this poem writing?
I haven't gotten to where it challenged me,
Okay.
but I heard from someone that it made her forget that there are some things she has to keep to herself. Yes, because she tends to write everything, and then out of so much excitement, she wouldn't know when she put this out there. All right. Meanwhile, this was what she planned on just keeping to herself alone. Now, to her, it's fun, but later on, she'd be like, nah, this was just meant to me.
But it's not like it's her real life story.
Sometimes it's your real
Yeah,
life
it's
story.
a real life story, but most people would say it as, oh, it's generated.
Well, that's what they see actually, but like I don't
So
know.
it's a real life story.
Yes,
though.
to me most of my poems are real life story about my twin, about the dreams I have, about my loved ones. Yes.
I thought, because you said you lifestyle, literally lifestyle, you get. So I felt maybe incidents that maybe happened, not really to you, but in general, in the society or some sort. So I feel maybe you people generate words, I don't know. So now you're saying it's personal.
Okay. I'm not saying it's just personal.
Okay.
Sometimes it's personal, sometimes it's not. Let me use movie actors and producers, for example.
Okay.
Now, sometimes, some of them, I don't know, I'm not an actor, but like I heard that some of the movies we watch today, especially the ones you see they wrote a true life story.
Okay.
Most of them are. You get? Most of these stories are real. These are things that happen to someone and the person just, maybe when the person is healed and over it, the person will not be like, oh, I think this, my story can actually teach people something. And then before you know it, they put it out there.
That's quite interesting. I wanted to have something in between with whatever I had with the other guys, but I think this one is more relatable. Right?
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Morgana Ikem, for coming. You're welcome. Initially, I thought you were having stage fright too. All right.
I was, but I had fun. I had fun.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching. That's all we have for you in this particular interview. Join us same time tomorrow. Thanks.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far. Wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, UK to host Nigeria, Germany, Japan, Brazil, China, India, Mexico on climate change discourse. Ekiti poll, SDP candidate rejects 179 votes, says party will review results. Ogun police probe death of broadcaster Kiton Oyesiku, security guard. Confirmed Ebola cases in Congo outbreak top 1,000 with 254 deaths. And US and Iran conclude high-level talks in Switzerland, mediators say. Details in a moment.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The United Kingdom Parliament has announced plans to host Nigeria, South Africa, Germany, Japan, Brazil, China, India, Mexico, among other countries on climate change discourse. This is going to be Nigeria's first climate investment summit from June 23rd through 26, 2026. Just as Nigeria is set to mount the saddle as president of Globe International. Sponsor of Nigeria's Climate Change Act 2021 and former member of the House of Representatives, Sam Onugbu, in a statement on Sunday, said he is expected to become the first African to lead the world body. In an official invitation letter signed by the chief executive of Globe Legislators, Malini Mera, Onugbu said he would be taking over the international leadership of Globe Legislators from an Argentine parliamentarian, Deputy MC Juan Carlos, as the organization marks its 35th anniversary during the 2026 London Climate Action Week. The anniversary reception, scheduled to hold at the House of Commons, Parliament of the United Kingdom, and hosted by former United Kingdom Minister for Climate Change and former President of Globe International, Right Honourable Graham Stuart MP, will bring together lawmakers from across the political spectrum in the UK and around the world. This year's edition is expected to surpass more than 700 climate-related events held across London in 2025 and will feature major summits on climate investment, climate innovation, net zero delivery, sustainable cities, and Energy Technology. The federal government has temporarily suspended reconstruction work on the Ibadan-Ife-Ilesha road, directing the contractor handling the project to halt operations and review pavement mixture specifications being used on the road. Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umahi, gave the directive on Sunday to CBC Global Civil and Building Construction Nigeria Limited during an inspection of the Osun section of the ongoing road reconstruction project. Umahi, who toured the Ibadan-Ife-Ilesha road project alongside federal lawmakers and other stakeholders, instructed the contractor to visit another project site to study the pavement mixture before resuming work. He also ordered the contractor to slow work on the carriageway and immediately form 2 teams to focus on constructing the inner and outer shoulders of the road. According to him, the shoulder works are critical in certain sections and must be prioritized. The minister warned that if the project would not be completed within the stipulated time frame, he would withdraw the controller of works overseeing the project in Osun State. Umahi disclosed that he had previously redeployed several controllers in other states and was prepared to do the same in Osun if necessary. Officers of the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, pursuing academic and professional programs abroad, were allowed to participate in the Corps 2026 promotion exercise remotely, in what the agency described as a major step towards digitizing personnel management and eliminating barriers to career advancement. The Corps introduced real-time monitoring cameras and independent observers from the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and the Federal Character Commission to oversee its 2026 promotion exercise to boost transparency and public confidence in the process. According to a statement issued by the Corps Public Education Officer, Deputy Corps Commander Osondu Oheri, the agency leveraged digital technology to conduct one of the largest promotion exercises in its history, advancing more than 10,000 personnel through a process designed to eliminate bottlenecks and enhance merit-based assessment. It stated that the promotion exercise, which covered 3,597 intermediate rank officers and 6,408 junior officers nationwide, was conducted under the leadership of the Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed. The FRSC said the exercise reflected Mohammed's vision of building a highly motivated, professional, and future-ready workforce, where diligence, innovation, commitment, and excellence were recognized and rewarded. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has formally ended admissions into affiliated degree programs run by colleges of education, marking a major shift in Nigeria's teacher education system and effectively making the Nigeria Certificate in Education the sole entry route into the institutions from the 2026-2027 academic session. The decision is contained in JAMB's newly released NCE-ND Agric Registration Guidelines, issued by the Office of the Registrar in June 2026. JAMB also ruled out direct admission into 100 and 200 levels in colleges of education, insisting that all fresh entrants must now come through the NCE program. The development signals the end of an era for affiliated degree programs, which for decades enabled colleges of education to award university degrees through partnerships with conventional universities. The reform is expected to affect thousands of candidates who applied for degree programs through affiliated colleges of education for the 2026 admission cycle. To cushion the impact, JAMB outlined options for candidates who had already selected affiliated colleges of education for degree programs through direct entry. According to the board, affected candidates may apply for a change of institution at no cost, transfer to the parent university to which the degree program is affiliated, or allow their second choice institution to become their first choice for admission processing. JAMB added that candidates wishing to switch institutions had been given up to June 22nd to complete the process. Federal university lecturers are experiencing a mix of immediate relief and systemic anxiety following the recent clearance of their 5 months outstanding allowances by the federal government. The breakthrough became evident as institutions began clearing major financial backlogs. Professor Adelaja Odukoya, former Lagos Zone Coordinator of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, and the current Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Lagos, confirmed to journalists on Sunday that UNILAG has successfully cleared all the outstanding salaries and allowances tied to the recent FG-ASU agreements. Odukoya noted that this wave of payments is likely replicating across other federal universities, injecting a rare moment of happiness and relief among campus workers. Despite the initial celebration, union leaders are raising alarm over the long-term sustainability of these funding updates. According to the former ASU zonal leader, massive financial disputes remain entirely unresolved, including the outstanding 25% and 35% wage award, the huge arrears of promotion allowances, as well as the withheld 3.5 months salaries from the 2022 industrial action. The Social Democratic Party governorship candidate in the Ekiti State election, Olubenga Obafemi, has rejected the 179 votes reportedly allotted to his party, saying the figure does not reflect its performance at the polls. Obafemi, who spoke on a television program on Sunday, said the SDP was still collating results from polling units across the state and would examine the figures before deciding its next line of action. The candidate also said he was confident of winning the election, arguing that he had sufficient name recognition across Ekiti State. He further alleged that the ruling party restricted the SDP's campaign activities by preventing it from placing banners on advertisement boards during the campaign period. The SDP candidate did not provide further details of the alleged restriction, while the ruling party had yet to respond to the claim as of the time of filing this report. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Duku local government area of Gombe State, has received a major political boost following the defection of more than 2,000 members from the All Progressives Congress, African Democratic Congress, and People's Redemption Party. The defectors formally joined the PDP on Sunday during a meeting convened by the Duku chapter of Pantami Youth Support to reaffirm support for the 2027 governorship aspiration of Professor Issa Ali Pantami. The event drew party supporters, youth groups, and community stakeholders from across the local government area, underscoring growing grassroots mobilization ahead of the next electoral cycle. Speaking at the gathering, the chairman of the PDP in ENUGU local government area, Alhaji Umar Ladan, officially welcomed the new members into the party. He described the mass defection as a significant endorsement of the PDP and a reflection of increasing public confidence in the leadership qualities and vision of Professor Pantami. Ladan assured the new entrants of equal opportunities within the party and urged them to contribute actively to strengthening the PDP at the ward and local government levels. According to him, the party remains committed to building an inclusive political platform capable of addressing the developmental aspirations of the people of Gombe State. The defectors expressed their support for Pantami's governorship ambition, citing his track record in public service, leadership credentials, and commitment to development as key factors behind their decision. The Federal High Court in Abuja is set to hear a suit filed by an aspirant, Dr. Yakubu Kingsley, challenging the emergence of former Governor of Rivers, Donald Duke, as the presidential candidate of the People's Redemption Party in the 2027 general elections. The case, which is coming up for hearing for the first time on Monday, was fixed by Justice Mohammed Umar. Hearing notices to the effect had been issued and served on parties in the suit. The plaintiff wants the court to determine whether Duke was duly returned as the presidential candidate of PRP in the May 25th primary election, in which the results were declared on May 26th, despite not being a registered member of the party as of May 4th, when the PRP membership register was submitted to INEC. He therefore sought a declaration that the ex-governor, not having been a registered member of PRP, cannot participate in the party's primary election held on May 25th, where he was declared the winner on May 26th. He sought a declaration that Duke ought not to have been cleared for the presidential primary election contest, having failed to comply with the party's guidelines for physical presence at the screening at its national secretariat. He also sought an order directing the commission not to recognize Duke as PRP's presidential flag bearer, or to delete his name from its database as the presidential candidate of the party. The plaintiff further sought an order directing the electoral umpire to recognize him as PRP's presidential candidate. Hope is rising for the safe release of 39 abducted school children and 7 teachers from Ahore Sinle, Yawota, and Alausa communities in Orire local government area of Oyo State, as security operatives rev up efforts to rescue the victims. This is coming as former head of state, General Abdul Salami Abubakar, urged Nigerians to unite behind the nation's security agencies in the fight against terrorism. Multiple security sources disclosed that troops and other security personnel involved in the rescue operation have effectively surrounded a hideout within the National Park Forest area, where the abducted pupils and teachers are believed to be held. The victims were kidnapped on May 15, 2026, when armed terrorists attacked Baptist Nursery and Primary School in Yawota and 2 other schools in Esinle, abducting pupils and teachers. According to security sources, the terrorists have been effectively contained within the forest, with security operatives blocking possible escape routes and restricting their movement with the hostages. Faced with mounting pressure and the likelihood of capture, the terrorists have reportedly resorted to desperate tactics, including the recent gruesome killing of one of the abducted teachers, apparently in an attempt to blackmail authorities and halt the ongoing rescue operation. The Ogun State Police Command said it has commenced a comprehensive investigation into the circumstances surrounding the deaths of renowned broadcaster and retired Ogun State television personality, Ms. Kiton Oyesiku, and her security guard. Command spokesman DSP Olusheyi Babasheyi disclosed in a statement that the incident was reported at Owode-Egba Division on Sunday, June 21, 2026, by a resident of Iyanagodo village who raised alarm over suspicious activities at the residence. Babasheyi said police detectives were immediately deployed to the scene, where preliminary assessment revealed signs of forced entry and disturbance. According to the statement, during a thorough search of the premises, the corpse of the security guard was discovered within the security post, while the body of Miss Oyesiku was later found inside her apartment. The victim's vehicle was also observed missing from the premises. Babasheyi said the Commissioner of Police, Ogun State Command, CP Bode Ojajuni, has ordered a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding the incident. He noted that an intensive investigation was ongoing to unravel the facts, track down and apprehend the perpetrators of this heinous act, while ensuring that all those involved were brought to justice. The command assured the public that no efforts would be spared in ensuring that justice is served, while urging residents to remain calm, vigilant, and to provide any useful information that may assist the ongoing investigation. Still to come, confirmed Ebola cases in Congo outbreak top 1,000 with 254 deaths. US and Iran conclude high-level talks in Switzerland, mediators say. Details shortly.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Confirmed cases in the Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo have reached 1,003, including 254 deaths, officials said in a statement late Sunday, as tracing those who had been in contact with patients remains a major challenge. A total of 100 people have recovered in the outbreak, concentrated in the Ituri province since it was declared on May 15th. Congo's Ministry of Health said. At least 365 patients are in hospitals or in isolation, it said. The Ebola outbreak caused by the rare Bundibugyo virus, which has no vaccines or treatment, was the worst ever in its first month. Officials admit there could be far more cases they still don't know about, and that the peak of the outbreak is still ahead. The ministry said contact tracing remains a key issue for local authorities, who have only achieved a 55% coverage rate. More than a month into the outbreak, officials believe the disease continues to outpace response efforts, and no one knows its true scale. Officials are also yet to identify the outbreak's patient zero, and still need to trace more than 35,000 people who have come in contact with infected individuals as of last week, authorities said. The first round of talks between high-ranking US and Iranian officials in Switzerland ended Monday, mediators said, after a tense opening marked by Tehran's announcement it had again closed the Strait of Hormuz and US President Donald Trump repeating his threats to resume attacks on Iran. A joint statement from mediating nations, Qatar and Pakistan, said the US and Iran agreed to a roadmap toward a final deal within 60 days. Technical talks will continue for the rest of the week in the Qatari-owned Swiss mountain resort, according to the statement, which was released by the Qatari Foreign Ministry. The parties agreed to a mechanism to end the fighting in Lebanon and opened a communications line to help ensure safe passages for commercial ships through the contested strait, the statement said. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance began talks with Iranian officials on Sunday under the terms of a memorandum of understanding reached last week to extend a tenuous ceasefire from April for at least another 60 days. The decisions continued until the early hours of Monday. In a post on social media, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said his country had secured waivers for oil and petrochemical exports, the release of some frozen assets, and the launch of a reconstruction and development plan for Iran. Let's join Christopher Lele for sports news.
The Carthage Eagles of Tunisia are facing the possibility of walkover in the final group stage match of the 2026 FIFA World Cup due to reported visa complications. According to reports emerging from the Tunisian camp, the team may be unable to honor the decisive group stage fixture against the Netherlands in the United States unless urgent measures are taken to resolve the situation. The development represents another setback for Tunisia, who have already endured a disappointing campaign at the tournament. The North Africans suffered defeat in their opening two matches against Sweden and Japan, leaving their hopes of progressing from the group in serious doubts. With the clash against the Netherlands expected to be the final outing at the tournament, uncertainty now surrounds whether the Carthage Eagles will be able to take to the field. Egypt earned their first World Cup win in their history by beating New Zealand 3-1 on Sunday, putting them on track to reach the knockout round for the first time. Mohamed Salah, Mustafa Ziko and Trezeguet were Egypt's scorers after Finn Salman had given New Zealand the lead after 15 minutes of the Group G match in Vancouver. The victory puts Egypt top of Group G on 4 points and needing just a draw against Iran in Seattle on Friday to move into the last 32. Iran frustrated 10-man Belgium in an entertaining goalless draw that leaves World Cup Group G wide open. Belgium were the favourites to win the game, but Iran's efforts were correctly seen played out. Belgium and Iran piled on the pressure in the second half. Both sides had chances to win it late on, but neither could break the deadlock. In tennis, Serena Williams will make a surprise return to singles action on Wimbledon late this month after accepting a wild card. The 44-year-old has been given the final spot in the women's main draw, filling a gap left following the initial announcement on Tuesday. Williams has played 2 doubles matches since making her competitive return earlier this month after a 4-year absence. She has won the Wimbledon singles title 7 times, but remains one short of Margaret Court's long-standing women's record of 24 Grand Slam wins. Williams had already been given a wild card to play alongside older sister Venus in the Wimbledon doubles. In golf, for the second time in 4 years, Wyndham Clark has won the US Open. He went wire to wire as the leader at Shinnecock Hills to take home the national championship for the second time. A shaky front nine on Sunday brought the rest of the field back into play, but Clark steadied the ship late. He finished at 4 under par, just 1 shot better than Sam Burns. Clark made 3 bogeys on the front 9, cutting his 6-shot lead to just 1, but an incredible birdie on the 10th, followed by a solid par on 11, helped him steady the ship.
Down and in. Unlikely birdie for Clark to open it up to 2 over Burns.
That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
That's it on Global News. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves. They carry stories, they carry resilience, they carry the dreams of those who came before them. Every journey begins differently, some in search of education, others for opportunity, others to build safety, stability, or simply a better life, trusting that possibility lies on the other side. Welcome to Diaspora File. This edition is captioned Rooted Across the Ocean, and it examines the life and expectations of African women living in the diaspora. And in this particular edition, we are going to feature a woman of many parts. Her name is Fatima Usman. Fatima Usman lives in Finland, and she is the chairperson or president of the organization known as AFAES. AFAES stands for African and African European Association of Finland. she's going to tell us much about what she does, as a person and also as an active African woman living in Finland. What has been her activities and what kind of issues that she faces or takes care of, and so many other things. So we are looking forward for quite an interesting, session with Fatima Usman, otherwise known as Mama Africa.
Hello, my name is Fatima Usman. I'm popularly known as Mama Africa, and I'm also the chairperson and the executive director of Africans and African European Association in Helsinki, precisely Finland. I have lived in this country, our beautiful country called Finland, precisely Helsinki, for over 3 decades. And it's a beautiful country, and the people are very kind. And through that, I'm able to integrate my culture, which is African culture, into the Finnish society.
As an African woman in the diaspora, how do you describe your cultural identity?
Oh, I love that question. How will I describe my cultural identity as an African? Well, I will first of all say, as an African in Finland, I think my identity is who I am. And that's one of the reasons why I dressed African from January to December is actually showing my identity and who I am and my culture. That's what defines me as an African woman. So no matter how cold it is, no matter what season we are in Finland, I'm always going to be an African woman, and I'm always going to represent, just like the way you see me. This is my dressing every day.
Living far away from home in the diaspora comes with a lot of baggage, You feel homesick and nostalgia and so on and so forth. How do you manage to, make yourself at home, far away from home?
I love that. Our food, which is very rich, the culture, the stories, because everything about African culture tells you a story. And that's one of the things I do in school. Also as an actress, that's one of the things I do. I use the story, the African culture, to tell who we are. I don't want like the second and third and fourth generation to just think about Africa as what they see in TV. Because I think Africa itself, the whole continent, is very rich, and that is what I want the children to learn. So through storytelling, telling them the different animals about Africa, our different culture, our clothes, our food, how the kind of song we sing. Most of our songs have meaning, and that way I'm able to motivate like the children to be able to understand what our culture is all about, and not just what they see on TV or what they see on the internet. But also doing that, having that workshop with them, showing them how to tell stories using all the African animals like lion, just like elephants, all the animals that we have in Africa. That's what I use in telling them stories. And they are actually being part of that story and also acting as those animals and understanding how rich our culture is.
What are the things that inspired you to be this very active in the African diaspora community in Finland? I mean, is it that?
I think as an African woman, it's a must to get involved in our community, because that's the only way I can also integrate my community to be strong, also to know their rights. This is not Africa, this is Finland. I'm living in Europe, in Finland, and for those new Africans who are coming, I need to educate them on how to integrate into the society and how to also tap into the educational system, as well as to be active in different NGOs, for example, whereby they can organize, like symposium, workshops, and also cultural events.
What does the community mean to you within the African diaspora context?
Well, without a community, I'm nobody. If I'm not able to make a difference in my community, then I should as well go back to where I come from. Community gives you a sense of belonging. Without a community, you can't survive in terms of difficulties, whatever situation you are going through. When you belong to a community, you will surely get help. And you can also be in a position to help someone. We all need help all the time.
Is there any kind of activity you carry out among the African women here in Finland to help each other?
I think African women in the diaspora are doing great, because we have a lot of, we have joint seminars together whereby, we travel. I will give example with the Scandinavia. The African women in Finland travel to Sweden to have joint workshop, joint, cultural programs. For example, we are working towards the Africa Week next year, which is going to take place on the 18th to the 25th of May next year. And we are planning the whole African, African activities and then we are having partners from different Scandinavian countries. So we talk about Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. And also we're also inviting other African women from other European countries. But in that case, not just African women, even African men have been invited as well. And we try to put a week program. So whatever they want to showcase on that week, be it literature, movie, theater, cultural programs, we all do that in the same week, and we put all our effort together, and that's what makes us women. That's what makes us African women. That's what makes us different from other women.
In what ways do you think African women in the diaspora can influence development back home, in their countries of origin?
Well, back home. Well, I think there are a lot of programs and projects that are being implemented in different parts of Africa, where women are coming together to map out what are the things that they can help back home. When we talk about the girl child education, it's something that a lot of women, we are working together with them, and they are supporting, not just like different parts of Africa. We talk about Nigeria, Ghana, Ethiopia, Kenya. These are countries that have been supporting the girl child education. And that's something that most of the African women are very passionate about. And we are also supporting single mothers and widows, because it's very important. But we educate them through education. Because as you know, Finland is one of the most, we have one of the best education systems, and we are also tapping into that education and taking it back home. We talk about technology as well. We are also training those women how to use what is available. Well, ChatGPT, for example, is something that most people use. And we are also training them in different apps that they can use to help themselves. It doesn't matter wherever they are in any part of Africa.
Can you share with us some community projects you and your organization has been carrying out?
Here in Finland?
Yes.
Well, in Finland, I can't even count because there are so many. There are so many. Empowering women, because we empower ourselves as well. African women in general. Finland is just, it's a very small country. We are not even up to 6 million. So when you think about the role that the African women are playing, now I'm not just talking about the West African women, I'm talking about the women in general, including Somalian women. We do a lot of initiative with them that support women, support men. Yes, you'll be surprised. We have also initiative for fathers to be active, to know their responsibilities and their role, and not just to be a father, but how involved are you in your child's life? That's something also we encourage men to take seriously, because when you have children, if they are boys or they are girls, they need you. So you need to have quality time that you spend with your children as well, and that's one of the initiatives that I'm very much passionate about. You know, for the men for us to be able to empower the men, for them to spend time with their children. You know, not just not just the football as usual. You have to give your kids time and to know what's happening in their life. That's part of being part of their life. And when somebody asks you, how is your child doing? You'll be able to tell, because you are part of that child's life. You are involved in the child's homework. You are involved in the sport activities. You are involved in going out with your family. Those are things that are also very important in our culture, and it's something that we do not practice back home very well, but we make sure that both men and women are involved in the lives of their children.
Another question: how do you use your voice or platform to challenge stereotyping and the discrimination of people of African descent in the diaspora?
Oh, that's a very good question, because now when you think about, when you see what people, show in social media about African identity, most of it are very negative, and that's something that I said, if you can't really change the perspective of how the way people think, then you have to be involved in everything. Sometimes you have to go outside your comfort zone and involved in different NGO that are run by European women, because I believe that for you to make any change in a country like Finland, you have to be part of some legislation. And how do you make this legislation? It's to make your voice hear. People need to hear your voice. What are the challenges that is going on in your community? As a black woman, racism is very important to me, but still we are still talking about racism. I remember when we started this Youth Against Racism, that was over 10 years ago. Our children were like, why are they being discriminated in society? I said, well, you can do something about it. Make a campaign. And that campaign was Youth Against Racism. What youth are we talking about? The African youth against racism. But when we talk about the first, second, third generation, they don't know the difference between black and white. They just know that they are youths. And then when they hear somebody calling them a certain word they are not supposed to use on them, they get confused. I said, make a campaign to create awareness why we should be against anything called racism. Because we are one. If your hand cuts, the color of the blood that will come out of your hand will be red. The same color will come out of my hand. It will still be red. It won't be white. It won't be black, but it's red. And that campaign made a very big difference. We got a lot of African youths involved, both boys and girls, because it affects all of them. If you don't speak now, you will never have the voice to speak. And that was a campaign that went so far. And I'm very proud of that project.
What message do you have for young diasporan African women who go through some kind of identity crisis?
Well, the message that I always give to young African women, especially if they start having their own children and they're involved in school, I said, get involved with anything that your child is doing. Get involved, because that's the only way you know. You can't just think that, okay, my child is going to school and my child is coming back. But getting involved in the parents association, in the school, that's one way you can know exactly what your child is doing, and that's one way you can also contribute in your child's school. And then the community where you live, and then you get involved in your community, you get involved in different organizations, so that your voice will be spread wide. And not just in the city you live, get involved in other cities as well. And that's what we do. I get involved in most of the organizations in different cities. So anything that has to do with African women, I'm always being called. And my voice counts a lot. I don't want anybody to decide my future. Also get involved in the political system in this country, because that's where the decision is made. Now, as I speak to you, we have a lot of women, African women, who are involved in different legislation groups. Just because they got involved into politics. Finland is a country that gives you that voice. You have the right, you have the power, and use your vote so that your vote will count. Don't let anybody decide your future for you. You make a difference by using your voice and that one vote.
Do you think that African women are making waves in the diaspora?
Yes. In terms of education, business, we have a lot of, most of the PhD holders we have today in Finland are African women. If you look at the different institutions in Finland, different university, applied sciences, they are mostly African women. Even in business, they are African women. In the NGO world, they are African women. In fact, African women, I'm very proud of them. And I have learned also to be able to understand African women from different African nations, because they are different and they are all highly educated in this country. This is a country that gives you opportunity if you are not lazy. You can make a way for yourself and for your community. But I advise every woman that has not been involved in our community to start being involved in our community. Because we all need to empower the youth. We want them to have mentors as women, as African women. I love it when I see young people saying, oh, who is your mentor? Oh, then they mention the names of the African women. That makes me feel good that something is going on with the next generation as well.
On a more lighter note, you are called Mama Africa. How did that come about? And don't you think it is a big burden to be Mama Africa? How do you deal with that?
It actually gives me nothing but humility, because I'm somebody that wherever I am, I want to practice my culture. There's no negotiation. If I see a child doing something, even if the mother is not correcting the child, I will do it, because I feel it's my responsibility. The proverb that says it takes a whole village to raise a child. That's a proverb that we should take wherever we go in this world. We shouldn't think that those things can be practiced only in Africa. I felt like to be able to raise a child, to help somebody to raise a child. Even when I'm teaching in different schools, which the system of education in Finland is very different. The first thing I do with children is say, I introduce myself as Mama Africa. Because a child is not supposed to call his teacher by name. But in Finland, children do call their teachers by name. And that is the challenge for me. I'm like, how can children be calling the teachers by name? So I've introduced myself as Mama Africa. And the first impression you see with the kids, I will laugh. Africa, look at Africa, And I love that you have broken the ice. Then you are on the same page with the children. And that's how it goes on. And then all my friends, started calling me Mama Africa, like all the kids. So wherever I go, I try to correct children. Even in African parties, I say, you can't call your mother by name. You can't call someone that is older than you by name. Call her auntie. I start introducing all those things that I know how we were being taught back home. Why should they change? Somebody has to continue with them. So even if I see most of my white students on the street, now they are all like grown-ups. So they even have their own family. Mama Africa, and I'm wondering, where do I know this child, one of those children that I actually taught in school? So you see, things stays in their own subconscious mind. And they remember, because they know that what you have taught them is the right thing. So the name just stays and everybody just calls me, and I just love it.
Fantastic. It's been quite gratifying talking with you. I wish we can go on and on.
Thank you
very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you too.
Well, that has been Fatima Usman, our special guest in this maiden edition of Diaspora File, with the caption Rooted Across the Ocean, which examines the issue of the African women living in the diaspora, what their life is all about, how they manage their life, their profession, the family, and so many other things. So under this particular caption, we're going to bring you more guests from diverse professions and people with diverse experiences, so that they can, talk to us and let us know exactly how they cope with life, in the diaspora. We're going to deal with issues of professional work, entrepreneurship, and raising children, family life, and also how they connect with all the burdens that they bear back home. So having said that, I want to thank you for being with us, and please stay tuned for more. Like, we bring you this program every week, and we'll deal with different aspects of life of the African woman, or the life of African man, and the life of young Africans in the diaspora. That way we can understand what they're going through, their philosophy of life, and the kind of issues they're dealing with, and what kind of projects they are bringing back home, and what do they think about the situation back home in their home countries, but economic and political issues, and so on and so forth. So for more on this, stay with me, and you will not be disappointed. I am Ike Udechime. This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The media, from movies to music, from television to social media, shapes the way we see the world and the way the world sees us. But when it comes to women, what kind of image is the media really creating? This is Gender Perspectives, where we explore the issues, the stories and experiences that define gender in our society. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and today we take a closer look at the image of women in the media, how far we've come and what still needs to change and why representation matters. But let's go on a break. Stay tuned.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
To understand the image of women in the media today, it helps us to look at how this portrayal has evolved over time. Historically, women were often limited to stereotypical roles both in Nigeria and across the globe. But times are changing. Today, Nigerian women are taking center stage, not just as characters on screen, but as creators, directors, musicians, journalists, and influencers shaping their own stories. Now, in the next segment, we take an in-depth look at the image of women in the media, exploring both the progress that has been made and the challenges that remain. Here is the background report.
The media plays an undeniable role in shaping how societies think, speak, and behave. It reflects collective values, influences attitudes, and sets the tone for cultural development. Among its most powerful influences is its portrayal of women, their roles, capabilities, and place in society. The image of women in the media determines not only how the public perceives women but also how women see themselves and what they believe they can become. Across movies, music, advertising, journalism, comedy, and social media, women's representation remains a subject of deep concern, debate, and transformation. In both global and Nigerian context, media portrayals of women have often been a mirror of societal gender norms, at times reinforcing them, and at other times challenging them. The journey from invisibility and objectification to empowerment and self-definition has been long and complex. While there have been remarkable improvements in recent decades, women in the media are still often caught between progress and prejudice. Historically, women's presence in the media was marginal and controlled by patriarchal structures. In the early days of film, literature, and advertising, women were largely portrayed as domestic caretakers, romantic interests, or symbols of beauty. Hollywood and global advertising campaigns of the 20th century created and commercialized the image of the perfect woman, beautiful, obedient, emotional, and dependent. In Nigeria, early media reflected similar patterns. During the 1970s and 1980s, radio dramas and television series featured women primarily in nurturing or subservient roles. Nollywood's emergence in the 1990s expanded storytelling but often recycled patriarchal narratives, women as wicked stepmothers, desperate wives, mistresses, or victims of circumstance. These portrayals, though reflective of social realities at the time, limited the scope of what women could represent on screen. As media evolved and feminist consciousness grew, Nigerian women began asserting themselves as creators rather than merely subjects of stories. The past 2 decades have witnessed a notable transformation in women's visibility and voice across different media sectors. Nollywood, Africa's largest film industry, has become a space where women are increasingly redefining themselves. Female filmmakers have introduced strong, independent, and multifaceted female characters. Through these stories, women are no longer confined to the background, they are leaders, thinkers, and changemakers who challenge cultural expectations. The Nigerian music industry has also witnessed a revolution in female representation. Artists embody a new generation of confident, outspoken, and talented women. Their lyrics often celebrate independence, self-love, and empowerment. Women in music now represent power, creativity, and self-expression, though they still face challenges in an industry historically controlled by men. The face of Nigerian journalism has changed significantly. Prominent women have become respected voices in news, analysis, and entertainment. They challenge stereotypes by showing women as intellectuals and thought leaders in spaces once dominated by men. Moreover, female journalists and talk show hosts use their platforms to advocate for gender equality, civic responsibility, and social justice, reshaping public discourse. Social media has democratized storytelling. Nigerian women now use digital platforms to own their narratives, promote businesses, and engage in activism. Influencers and the members of the Feminist Coalition use their platforms to discuss self-development, politics, mental health, and gender justice. Online campaigns have given Nigerian women a voice in national and global conversations, proving that digital media can be a powerful tool for social transformation. Despite these advances, women in the media continue to be portrayed in ways that reinforce harmful stereotypes. Many Nigerian films and television shows still depict women as emotional, jealous, or dependent on men for validation. Female ambition is sometimes framed as arrogance or moral compromise, while success is often linked to relationships or beauty. Such portrayals limit the diversity of women's experiences and normalize gender inequality. Across music videos, comedy skits, and advertising, women's bodies are often commodified to attract attention. Female artists are expected to appear glamorous or revealing to be marketable, while male artists are rarely held to the same standard. This double standard reinforces the idea that a woman's primary value lies in her appearance. Media-driven ideals of light skin, slim bodies, and expensive fashion have created a culture of comparison and self-doubt among young Nigerian women. The rise of cosmetic bleaching, digital filters, and slay queen culture on social media reflects a deep internalization of these standards. While more women are appearing on screen, men still dominate positions of creative control, directors, cinematographers, producers, and editors. As a result, stories about women are often told from a male perspective, perpetuating the male gaze. Behind the glamour, many women in the Nigerian media industry face sexual harassment, gender discrimination, and unequal pay. These systemic barriers discourage many from advancing or staying in the field. The way women are portrayed in the media has far-reaching implications. Media content shapes social attitudes toward gender roles, marriage, leadership, and sexuality. When women are depicted as submissive or dependent, it normalizes inequality. Conversely, when women are shown as capable leaders or innovators, it promotes respect and equality. Conversely, when women are shown as capable leaders or innovators, it promotes respect and equality. The media directly influences how women and girls perceive themselves. Positive representation can inspire confidence and ambition, while objectifying or limiting portrayals can harm self-esteem and hinder aspirations. Representation matters because visibility translates into possibility. If she can see it, she can be it. Empowered women in media help drive broader social progress. Representation that reflects diversity and competence encourages women's participation in politics, business, and education, sectors essential to national development. To improve the image of women in the media, several strategic actions are necessary. More women should occupy leadership roles in media organizations, film production, and advertising agencies. Writers and directors must move beyond stereotypes and portray women as complex, capable individuals. Audiences should be educated to recognize and challenge harmful portrayals. Government agencies like NBC should enforce ethical standards against sexist or degrading content, provide mentorship, legal protection, and equal opportunities for women in media industries, and highlight and reward women who use media to drive social change and empowerment. The image of women in the media is not merely a reflection of entertainment trends, it is a powerful social indicator of how a society values its women. In Nigeria, the journey toward fair and empowering representation has been long and uneven. There is visible progress, women are more visible, vocal, and creative than ever before. Yet, persistent stereotypes, objectification, and inequality continue to distort their image. True progress will come when women are not portrayed as accessories to men's stories but as authors of their own. A responsible media must show women not just as mothers, wives, or beauties but as thinkers, leaders, inventors, and citizens, diverse in background and equal in worth. Ultimately, the transformation of women's image in the media is part of a larger struggle for equality and justice. When the media chooses to represent women truthfully and respectfully, it does more than entertain, it educates, inspires, and empowers a generation. In redefining how women are seen, the media can help redefine what society believes they can be.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
To help us unpack these issues further, we have a special guest with us today, someone who understands the portrayal of women in the media, particularly in Nigeria. Joining us is Ndidi Duru. She is the founder, Talk to Solve awareness group that deals on family-related issues, youth-related issues, and also media representation. You're very much welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
How would you describe the current representation of women in media, generally and also in Nigeria?
I would say it is evolving. It has come a long way. It was not always, it's not perfect, okay, but at some point it was that bad. And it depends on the angle we want to look at it from. If we want to look at entertainment, if we want to look at media, if we want to look at everything surrounding the whether print, radio, TV, and all that. Here's what I have to say. The society we live in is also evolving. So a lot of things I'm going to be talking about, you have to give us grace. You have to understand where we're coming from. The patriarchal society we live in is such a strong one, such that for women's voices to be heard, we had fought and we are still fighting. So in the media it's not different. It's just the same thing as what we have in the society, where women are subservient, women are objectified, where women are, so it's like that. Okay, when you have women in the media space, let's even look at entertainment. The average music video you see, the advert you see, everything about entertainment, really. When a woman is portrayed, the woman is seen as subservient to the man. She's a homemaker. You know those stereotypes, the dependent, the victim of violence, women and children. Nobody even sees us for who we are. In storytelling, the same thing. We haven't started taking charge. But like I said, it's evolving, because these days I see our storytelling. Women are now telling their stories. Women are now celebrating their feats, whether in the banking sector or otherwise. And this is because of the media. Remember, I said it is evolving, but largely we still have a long way to go.
Right, so let's take it one by one, because you mentioned that, it depends on the angle that we're looking at it. So let's start from our movies.
Yes.
Nollywood.
Yes.
looking at how, you know, women have been portrayed over the years. I mean, since, you know, we started off as an industry in Nigeria. How would you, you know, assess women's representation so far up till now?
Okay, so initially, I would say that we are telling the story accurately. Okay, if you saw the movie Things Fall Apart, it was a reflection of our culture. Okay, but over time, I think in a bid to sell, that we are doing too much. It was exaggerated. You know, you're showing us a movie and you're generalizing stereotypical narrative. Every woman is a homemaker. No, that's not true. They are big business women. They are women in high decision making bodies, and there are women who are academic giants. No, you don't see those people. You want to show us women who celebrate their body parts. Objectification. Every time you want to show us, we are to impress the men. You know, it's so bad that sometimes every woman is expected to be seen in a particular way. There's a time the trend was, oh, you had to be skinny, tiny waist, big, you know, that kind of thing. No, we don't all have to look alike. There are short men and they are cool. There are fat men and they are cool. There are muscular men and they are cool. Why do you have to get to women and all of us have to look alike? And again, I don't just blame the society. I also blame the women, because you have a right to, which is already happening. You have a right to say, no, you don't see me in that regard. No, I don't have to look like this person. Do you remember that at a time everybody was looking like Kim Kardashian?
Of course.
Everybody at a time. And then I still remember that when I was younger, it was Abani Darigo. I don't know if you know. Oh, if you're slim, oh, you're hot already. So it just keeps changing, and it's not the same for men. Sometimes a woman is not even appreciated for her competence. Sometimes you're seeing someone, oh, you're seeing Natasha, but oh, she is so beautiful. Hey, skin color. Excuse me, this woman has a voice. She's changing the system. She just doesn't want to keep quiet like every other person. I may not agree with her, and I may also agree with her, but see her for who she is, and not, oh, she's so fair, she's so, I see fine girl, they do rubbish, you know, that kind of thing. So that's the kind of things we see in the media. And you ask the question, what does the media is not helping the women folk. Have you seen that in most movies they make the women so helpless and dependent? Every story has to be, oh, she's being exploited, and then they are playing the
you're getting the soundtrack, so
they are dealing with a widow. Excuse me, they are widows you don't mess with because of who they are, the name they've made for themselves. So it's not as bad as the media. Sometimes the media gives a wrong impression of women. In fact, most of the biases we have, I think they augment this bias, they exaggerate this bias by the things you show in your media. Okay, and then what about, did you ask me about music?
I'm coming to that. Before we talk about music, I want to ask you, you made mention of, you know, the movies about the widow being maltreated and all that, but would you also say that what they are showing is also a portrayal of what is actually happening, you know, in like
my problem is that it is exaggerated. Some of those things should not even be brought up anymore. I see a lot of movies, oh, my prince, my queen, you cannot go to the farm today. If you go to, what are you talking about? Do you realize that in some villages it is no longer a village, it is now a town? If you want to make movies, why don't you make movies of today's women being providers? Because that is what it is. Go outside. In fact, the other time I was talking with a friend, and the friend, a man, he said, have you noticed that every loitering in streets, it's usually men, young boys that you see? That the girls you see, they're either doing POS, selling recharge cards, frying akara, doing hair salon or something. But that the guys will just be hanging out, they stroll from beginning of the street to the end. Do you understand? So they have not started seeing women as providers. They've not started seeing women as the real hustlers. This narrative has changed. If you look at most families today, the breadwinners are beginning to be women. I'm telling you, when you see movies, and Maya, are you going out? You did not give us money. No, it's not fair. No, it's not fair. God is watching. No, it's not true. And I'm not saying there are not people like that, but you need to portray the society for what it is right now. Women are wiser.
Right. So now let's look at music, just like you wanted to talk. How would you say that women are being portrayed in our music videos and just in the music scene generally?
So the music videos now are so annoying. Like, it's so annoying. You want to sing a song, I don't know if I'm permitted to mention it on TV. You know, you're singing about a woman's derriere, her boobs, and it's crazy. You're telling us that without money a woman cannot fall in love with you and all that. And the truth about it is that most people who do this are the real people who influence the society. So a girl watching it is like, oh, okay, so this is how I should look. I should actually look, like they say, sexy. And the definition of sexy is looking nude. Okay? Oh, I don't really need to be that intelligent. I mean, when you go to your social media platform and you see the people we celebrate, you will cry for Africa. So in the music industry, it's like that. The guy is well dressed, he has shirt, he has good haircut, he's looking good, and the girl is almost nude. The guy is showing his dance steps, showing his skills, his voice. The lady is shaking her behind, shaking her boobs, you know, and presenting herself as an object of pleasure to the guy. I don't think that is how it should be. These things are effects of globalization. I mean, they tell you that without sexualizing women, your videos will not sell. Says who? Says who? We have stopped celebrating real talent for laziness, because the easiest thing to do is to sing rubbish and bring a naked woman and you're making it. But the real talent is sitting down to think of a song that would, you know, connect with people's emotions, whether it's romance, whether it's love, whether it's politics, whatever it is. So in the music industry, it's really embarrassing. In fact, it's so bad that for the average rap artist right now, look at the rap artists we know. I'm not even going to Nigeria, whether you call it American rap, Cardi B, what's the other one's name again? Something Red.
Sexy Red.
Sexy Red.
Yeah.
You have to be street, you have to be crazy, you have to be irresponsible. And it doesn't have to be like that. And those are the people that music producers project. Those are the people. I'm telling you, someone like you, if you come out now, I'm a rap artist, and they will look at you like, okay, girl, you're too cool to be a rap artist.
Yeah.
I like you to be ras, like tear them clothes a little bit, tattoo your body, go nude, and you might have to go under the knife, enlarge your hips, your boobs, and your skin color, too black for the TV. You understand? And at the end of the day, every other child that wants to rap tomorrow looks at herself and, okay, I have to go get some enhancement. And that's not true. And then you look at our music today, that it has started reflecting in our quality of music. You can't sing today without looking crazy. So it's that bad. And then what kind of songs do we churn out?
Because I was about to ask you as well, you know, the songs.
The lyrics.
Yeah, the lyrics.
You hear it, you know, it's so bad that you can't even play it in front of your parents, assuming you still have responsible parents. Because I tell you, the quality of parents we have today, may the Lord have mercy on us. Assuming you still have parents, you can't listen to them. If you have children, there are songs they want to play. It's even so bad that the songs radio stations play, sometimes I reduce it. I want to no, because I'm with my child. And can you even, like, it's so bad right now. Who would you say, oh, I can play his song, it's a family song, my children are safe? The first one could be nice. What about the second one?
So would you say that the quality of our music and the way you know, women are represented have deteriorated over the years compared to the music we used to listen to back then. And
of course.
That were, you know.
Of course. I mean, look at the Onyeka Owenis. Look at, what's her name again? Oh my God, I'm trying to remember her name. I will still remember. All those ones represented us very well. Okay, I'm not against looking attractive. Okay, but you can still look decent while looking attractive. Okay, there's a time, what's her name? Sade was the trend in the 80s or all that. She was very attractive, and she is still attractive. She didn't need to go nude. I'm sure if Sade was to perform today, she has to go nude. I'm sure. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that the value is dropping by the day. It's dropping. I do know that somehow some group of people have started creating awareness on that, you know, that a woman can be in a music video, I beg your pardon, without actually looking crazy. The lyrics does not have to demean women, portray us as money lovers, portray us as sex objects, portray us as people without, you know, quality, character and all that, you know. So I think there is a drop. It gets worse all the time. In fact, it's so bad that I think from last 2 years they started promoting women on the pole. They started making it look like it's a normal thing. When they climb the pole, they spread their legs, they turn it up. For God's sake, what is this?
That leads me to ask about social media generally and the kind of content, because now apart from music videos, movies, traditional media, we have skit makers,
yes,
people that do comedy of all forms,
yes,
and just different kind of content on the internet. So how do you see them as well and the role that they play in all of this?
So the proliferation of content on internet is actually disturbing. In our society where a lot is not checked, and I'm being meticulous with this because I don't want the politicians to think that I support them in stifling expression and content. No, but I think our content should be checked for our children's sake, for young people's sake. I mean, I've seen influencers say stuff like sex sells, therefore allow us to objectify women. I've seen a content creator say that women are how did she even put it? That they are a piece of artwork and that they are made for pleasure of men. These are stars. These are influencers. They have followers. 400,000, a million and all that. Guess what? A significant number of those people believe you hook, line and sinker. Do you know the danger of that? Imagine a girl who is fresh out of school and you're telling her that she's a sex object, that everything she has to do has to be for the pleasure of men. What have you told that child? You know what you've told the child is, excuse me, I need you to lose your identity and pick up that which the society has forced on you. This could just be a child who does not even do that kind of thing, has an idea and a mind of her own. And then you're telling her this kind of thing at that stage. So the social media is not helping at all. It's not helping. If you go to social media, you see the way they bully people with good ideas. If you think I'm joking, say something reasonable, they will come for you. They will come for you. They want to give you ideas. I mean, they manipulate everything, turn it upside down. And they have, for what people don't understand is that the people selling this idea, they have an agenda. It is sponsored. It is paid for. So for you who is going there, understand very well that most of these ideas are sponsored. It's important that somebody all of a sudden stops seeing herself as a girl. All this while you were seeing yourself as a girl, and just because the trend, okay, and it's not even for the real reason, it's now trendy. Oh, I think I'm in a man's body, and oh, you open your mouth and say your own. Since when did you start knowing you were in a man's body? And you see that, I mean, the other time one of them was saying, I'm doing my, what did she even say, divorce party. And she said it's going to happen by 6 and all that. And people were celebrating. I celebrate your bravery Thank you for saving the... Listen, divorce is still bad. We do know that in rare cases, we encourage that, okay? We encourage that if it becomes life terminating, or if it becomes whatever extreme. But remember, we still teach perseverance. We still teach tolerance. We still teach forgiveness. And they're telling you now that we are in generation, no tolerance for rubbish. No, I beg your pardon. How would you relate with people and not be tolerant? Do you want to keep burning bridges? So social media has not really helped us. It has also confused a lot of people because you don't even know who you are again. You want to be liked. Everything you're posting, you're not posting it because it is your conviction. You're not posting it because this is your idea. This is what you are posting, because you want likes. And by likes, to some people it is money. To some people it is visibility. Nobody wants to be original anymore. Everybody wants to join the bandwagon. And you know the annoying thing? Most people who project this on social media, meet them outside. They are not who they tell you they are. So for instance, they come to social media, what are you saying? If we have to sleep with a man to make money, let us sleep with the man. It is our body, it's our right. If you meet that person outside, I tell you, you will be surprised. The person is not even close to what she portrays. And then someone is watching. See, she said it. She said it. I will do it. It's my body, it's my right. My body, my right. Don't tell me anything. I saw so person on social media and she said it. Look at how successful she is. She has built this one. He has built the other one. You don't even know what is happening behind the scene. Who told you that all that money is coming from social media? Some of these people are used for what do you call it? Money laundering. Some of them do dirty deals, and some have good businesses, by the way. So sometimes social media can be misleading. Yes, it builds community. Yes, it's also educating. I know that in social media, it has also helped to give women a voice. I do know that some of the women that are being abused in their different marriages, that probably the world wouldn't have heard about it, now we hear about it. I'm sure you've heard about the latest, a big politician who is married to a certain girl and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And now people are speaking up for her. So social media is not that bad, but I tell you, on a scale of 1 to 10, honestly, we have to do something. 7, like it needs to be worked on.
So high.
Yeah, it's so high.
What about comedy and reality TV show in Nigeria?
It's not so different, because even in the comedy, whenever you hear that's about men, it's always hard workers. Okay, they tell you that men have seen something. Women don't finish men, you know. They want to crack a joke about a woman. It's always, you have finished a man's money. It's never really for who we are. I think it's just a few of them that give us credit. Maybe, okay, Bakassi, and I'm not marketing you if you're watching me. Okay, so those are the few of them that give credit. But most times what makes people laugh, apart from the real talent in comedy industry, most of them sexualize their jokes. When you want to talk about a woman, as I enter, come see back, I see, and then everybody will start laughing. I'm like, excuse me, there are many things to joke about. You can joke about your conversation, everyday conversation in the office, everyday conversation in the there are many things to talk about. Yeah, so in comedy, and even the representation of women in comedy, how many are they? Who gives them that opportunity? You know, I'm also an event compare, and I want to share my experience. So, you know, as an event compare, you're always looking for opportunities. And I told my friend, I don't know why my business is so slow. I need to hit it big. She said, you need to keep reaching out to people that matter. You need to reach out to MCs that have been in the business and all that. And she said, I'm going to link you up with one guy. The guy is so good. He gets most of the government jobs and big businesses and all that. Okay, so she took me to the guy, and when I met him, we exchanged greetings, asked me about myself and all that. And I said, please, I'd like to for you to give me connections so I can get jobs and all that. And he said, oh, okay, I think you speak well. I think you're good looking as well. Are you married? I said, yes. He said, I don't like to work with married women. I said, why? I said, because I have my plans.
Wow.
Yeah. I said, do you realize you are saying this to me? He said, oh, I'm sorry, but that's the fact. I said, I would pardon you for your honesty. I would pardon you. By our next meeting, we will discuss about this further. You know why I stopped there? Because I would want to meet him again. It was in an event that so when I got home, I thought about this. And I said, this is the fate of so many women. I recall I walked with a guy, and when I was introduced to the guy, he said, am I going to be doing this MC with a woman? And the owner of the event said, yes. Ah, okay. You look too English, oh. That wasn't what he meant. It was a way of telling me, really? We still have men like that.
And do you think that translates to other forms of media, like women's representation, both in movie scenes, like behind the scenes?
Oh, I just talked about it.
Music as well.
I just talked about it. Women representation thins out the higher we go. It thins out. At the lowest level, oh, women are there. At the decision making level, how many are we? Even in media representation, do you know that it is very comfortable for your producer to give you family related things to talk about? You know what, Chichi, you're going to handle everything about family and culture. Yeah, I think you do well. You're a woman. Obina, you will handle politics. It is a more technical thing. You will handle politics. Charles, you will handle economy. That's where the real discussion is. Are you seeing what is happening there? You check for yourself. How many female media analysts do we have in political analysis? What's her name? Is it Kadaria? What's the other one's name? I mean, I used to have all their names. I don't know what's wrong with me now. They are not more than 6. There's one with channels, and I hope I'm not marketing all these people. You know, there are just a few of them. I can tell you that if you decide to do that now, I don't know who your producer is. Your producer could say, yeah, it's a good idea, but stay with family. You just stay with family. And let's even look at the selection method. The uglier you are, in quotes, the less attractive you are, the unlikely you are to appear on the TV. When you are about to be, I mean, nobody looks at, most times they hardly look at competence. The first thing, because it's a stereotype, for a woman to appear on TV, she has to be looking attractive. Probably slim, tall. Did you not notice that all of a sudden we start having lots of models, former models, on the media space? Some of them good, I won't lie. Some of them know their onions. But I tell you that majority of them are brought to hold, you know, attention of viewers. Not because they have a lot to contribute. I don't know how to break this so that you understand. I wish I could give instances and not shake the table. Look at our TV stations. I know what I'm saying.
Please don't shake the table.
Yeah, look at our TV stations. You are picking a man. You don't care if he's handsome, if he's a former model. You don't care. You are picking a man on expertise, on competence. He sits down. He's analyzing football. He could be the ugliest man in the block. Nobody gives a damn. But if I have to do it as a woman, oh, I have to look beautiful. Look at you. Slim, tall, dark, and all that. Imagine if you were short with them scattered teeth and all that and brilliant. Nobody will give you this table. Because for women, the yardstick is different. Let's also look at the executive positions. Because you see, if there were many women in executive positions, we would take decisions that will favor us. I told you the higher you go, the slimmer it is for women. Oh, you know, she may not be able to come out in the night. If she's posted to Abuja, can she go? I don't think so. And they're not lying. You know, when a man saw me in one of the works I went to do, he said he and I were having a meaningful engagement until I said I'm going to be the MC of the occasion. He said, okay, an evening occasion. I said, yes, an evening occasion. And you're married? Of course I am married. And he let you? Hello? Of course he let me. Why would he let a woman do this job?
Is that what he said?
Oh yeah. Do you not know that other men will see you? I said, sir, I am here with you and I am seeing you. So you're in trouble. You shouldn't be here. Because when you come here, I'm also seeing you. He said, no, I am a man. I said, what's the difference? You can't fall to temptation. And he was quiet. So you see, we have started limiting ourselves. We limit women a lot. I don't know how you grew up. When I was growing up, the scold for me was different from my brother. I'm washing a plate, the plate falls down and breaks. Can I speak Igbo?
Of course.
Everything about my life was preparing me for marriage. And then my brother breaks it. Now you have to be meticulous. Be guided. Are you seeing the different? Yeah. So from childhood, you have started telling the girl that all you are going into, everything about you is marriage. Are you not surprised that at 26, 25, if you're not married, you feel like you have failed in life? As if you have control over marriage.
But now, apart from these negative aspects,
yes,
would you say that there is anything positive?
That a lot.
So let's highlight that as well.
A lot. So right now, like I said, it is evolving. These days, I see a lot of women doing analysis, sports analysis. I watch DSTV. I'm seeing women. I'm like, wow, that's good. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of movies celebrating our women. I saw a movie on Queen Amina of Zaria. I said, that's it. That's what you should talk about. And I'm looking forward to one day when there will be movies about people like Akunyili. I heard there's a movie about this COVID woman. What's her name again? The one that sacrificed herself. Yeah. You know, those are the things we want to hear about. A lot is actually changing. Because of social media, we now have a voice. I can say justice for Ochanya. I couldn't do it before without social media. Now we have a lot of female critics, emboldened. I see a lot of them on social media. They challenge government, shake government. You lock them up today, they come out tomorrow and they are speaking up. That is a voice. So the media has also been helpful to women. In fact, the media has started changing narratives because they are involved. They are the storytellers. They are the ones that navigate how these stories go. There's no day I see some TV channels, I don't know if I call them now, marketing them, and I look at them, I'm like, thank you. You're representing women very well. I mean, they look so attractive, but at the same time, they are discussing real matters. Real matters. And I see some in the music industry, they are not necessarily going nude. And they churn out good music. I know that these days women are not afraid to be what they want to be. I've seen women drivers, women mechanics, you know, pushing, going beyond borders. I've seen women cover war fronts. I see that on CNN. So yes, a lot is changing. I see women go into STEM. A lot of advocacy is championed by women. I see women challenge the church. And it's not like we want to be challenging the church, but I know what I'm saying, you know. So I can't say it's all that bad. Women representation in media is beginning to increase. In fact, these days, what I noticed is if you have a panel of analysts, you will notice that there's intentionality at putting 2 women, 2 men, something like that, and it gives me great pleasure. It's a welcome development, but I know they need to do more, whether in the political space, whether in the print media. We can have more female editor-in-chief. We can. It's possible. We can have more female storytellers. Let me stop here for now.
I mean, you're saying so much, and I'm just, you know, so very much interested in everything you're saying, because it hits where it's, you know, it's supposed to hit.
Yeah.
But what would you say that media creators generally can do to further improve women's representation in media, challenge these stereotypes, and just, you know, promote like authentic portrayals of women across all forms of media, whether it's music, movies, TV, print, you know, all forms of media generally? What can creators do?
Advocacy and awareness. That's what we're doing. Advocacy and awareness. We need to start criticizing what is wrong and clapping and applauding good things. Do you understand? We're doing it right now. What are we doing? We're telling the people that the way women are portrayed in the media, that we don't like it. You can do better. Celebrate us for who we are, our competence, our contributions, our value, you know, what we represent in the society. That's exactly what we're saying. In every space, be intentional about gender diversity. Don't make it male dominated. Be intentional about lifting women to the top, because it is when you lift us to the top that we will make decisions that will affect women. Let me explain what I mean. Imagine in the what's it called, the news media, where you scout for news, and this woman is supposed to be in Abuja, in Lagos, and all that. What can you do? You can create safe spaces for her. You can. Oh, okay, since you're going to be in Abuja and all that, what we're going to do is for every place you go, there will be hotel arrangement. It doesn't have to be so expensive. You're being intentional. You can decide to make some jobs remote just to favor the woman, to accommodate her. You know that she just had a child, but we need her brilliance. We need her creativity. Don't use it as an excuse. Say, me, I said it. Once a woman becomes pregnant, she cannot do anything. She now has a child. She will. What if you make room for remote jobs? We have started doing that too. In fact, post-COVID taught us that we don't necessarily have to be in the office to deliver. You can deliver from anywhere. You see, when women are on top, they are going to press for things like this because you've been there. So, awareness and advocacy. That's number 1. Number 2, mentorship. Women can also support themselves. As a woman in the media industry, assuming TV, you can find someone who is older in the business, a more experienced person, a successful person. How did you break this? This glass selling. How did you break it? What did you do? And the person will tell you, okay, this is what I did. When you find a mentor, also find a sponsor. A sponsor is one who speaks for you, who creates ways for you. Oh, I did it. Let me link you to this person. We rise by holding each other, by lifting each other. Oh, now I've lifted you, lift other women. Now I've created inroad for you. Imagine if you were a movie producer, and you are intentional about women's representation and women image. I tell you, most of the movies you're going to churn out will be pro-women. That's because the resources is coming from you. The storytelling, you determine the quality of stories they tell. So these are areas we will have to start looking into. The other one is to develop leadership skills. A lot of women are still seeing themselves. Forget how the society sees us. How do we even see ourselves? Do you know that some women are afraid of the top? What is she going there to do? Ha! I don't understand this one. Oh, she's supposed to be a mother. If you don't go to that place, how are you going to take care of your children? Who told you there's nothing called work-life balance? So those are the things we have to develop leadership skills. Go for trainings. Acquire knowledge. Wherever you are, be intentional about initiatives that promote women representation.
Yeah.
Even where you are, in this local place now, your office, you can decide to be intentional about it. For everything we're going to do, we're going to have a woman. You go and research. The guy does not have two heads. You can do it. That's how to push people.
All right. I mean, there is a lot more to unpack in this conversation. Yeah. I wish we had a lot more time, but we'll have to end it here for now. Hopefully, I'd like you to come again another time for us to have a good conversation like this. But thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome.
Yes, and Gender Perspectives will be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. Now, while we've explored the history and the current realities of women in the media, there are still many myths and misconceptions that shape how society perceives women. Now, some of these beliefs are subtle, others are widely accepted, and they are crucial if we truly want to understand women's representation. So let's take a look at it.
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
As we come to the end of today's discussion, one thing is clear. The image of women in the media is powerful. It shapes perceptions, influences opportunities, and reflects the progress and the gaps in our society. Now, while we've seen stories of women taking control of their narratives, we've also confirmed the stereotypes and the barriers that still exist. And changing the way women are portrayed is not just the responsibility of filmmakers, musicians, and journalists. It's a collective effort for all of us as consumers, as creators, and advocates. And we can help build a media landscape that truly reflects the diversity, strength, and talent of Nigerian women and women all over the world. Well, thank you for joining us on Gender Perspectives. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and I'll see you next week.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo, founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm that's really focused on trying to address Africa's complex development challenges. Now, unraveling Nigeria's development challenges is like peeling an onion, or maybe navigating a very complex maze. Several scholars have attempted to unpack the core reason or reasons why a country so endowed with human and natural resources, devoid of many natural disasters, is still unable to sustain development for its people. My guest today has been thinking about this question for over 4 decades. Professor Richard Joseph is a renowned political scientist and scholar whose work focuses on Africa's politics, democratization, governance, and political economy. He's particularly known for his very influential book, Democracy and Prebendal Politics in Nigeria, The Rise and Fall of the Second Republic, published in 1987. The work introduced the concept of prebendalism, describing how state resources in Nigeria were appropriated by public officials and distributed as patronage to maintain political loyalty. Professor Joseph has a PhD in political science from Harvard. He's held academic positions at leading institutions including Dartmouth, Emory, Northwestern, UCLA, University of Ibadan, University of Khartoum. He's held research fellowships at Harvard, Boston University, MIT, Institute of Development Studies in Sussex, Michelson Institute in Norway, etc. He has devoted his scholarly career to studying politics and governance in Africa, with a special focus on democratic transitions, state building, state collapse, and conflict resolution. He directed the Africa Governance Program at the Carter Center from 1988 to 94, and coordinated election missions in Zambia in 91, Ghana in 92, peace initiatives in Liberia between 91 and 94. He's been a long-time member of the Council of Foreign Relations and received numerous fellowships and awards, including the Rhodes Scholarship, a Kent Fellowship, and a Guggenheim Fellowship. In 2002 to 2003, he held visiting fellowships at the United States Institute of Peace and the National Endowment for Democracy. He's a Fulbright scholar, he was a Fulbright scholar in France and a Fulbright professor in Nigeria. Professor Joseph, welcome to Development Discourse.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okibo, Patrick. And we've been trying to do this for a while, and I'm very glad that we're able to do this. So I'm ready, I'm here, let's go.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Now let's start with your most referenced book, Democracy and Prebendal Politics in Nigeria. Can you briefly define for us the term prebendalism and how you came to it?
Okay, thank you very much. But one correction, my graduate degrees, including my doctorate, was from Oxford, not from that other institution across the way, Harvard. Okay, but anyway, thank you very much. Okay, prebendalism. How did that happen? It really happened in Nigeria, and that concept, that analysis should be looked upon as a homegrown. I mean, I was very much part of what was going on in Nigeria, teaching in Nigeria, meeting with politicians, all the rest. So what happened was, and we have to take a step back to a year earlier, in 1977, and you were aware of this. When I was on leave after my first year in Nigeria, I arrived in 1976, very much immersed in the whole transition to the Second Republic. And that summer in Oxford, I tried to figure out what was going on in Nigeria. And I brought all the clippings and and this is when I wrote Affluence and Underdevelopment, the Nigerian Experience. And in fact, I just went back and, the earlier, the first paragraph of that article, in fact, it was something I wrote after I'd finished it to try to put, what did I say, right? And then you have the expression, my saying that this glorious future, I imagine someone who won a great fortune, and the glorious future of unlimited possibilities being constricted into a bleak vista of regret and recrimination. And in fact, when you chose the title Prebendalism and the Future Foretold, it was in fact saying what it is this guy was doing there. He was somehow seeing ahead based on what he was looking at. Okay, so that was 77. 78, I'm back in Nigeria. I'm following the return to civilian rule, traveling around the country. And I had long rides. And there was a moment, it's really an epiphany. Many scientists talked about a moment when things just come together. And what came together for me was the way in which I had seen Nigeria. I was now in Nigeria, so I was doing the same thing, right? Functioning, how do you get things done, and so on and so forth. Dealing with this, this oil boom. I've given it the name now, the confetti era. Confetti in the sense of what's coming down here. This is confetti. This is naira, and it was
Free
a
money.
hard currency, huh?
Free
And
money.
yeah, that's right. You were just grabbing it up. Whoever could do it. So the confetti years. I was right in the middle of this. But anyway, and I was also teaching University of Ibadan. I put together the notion that I saw individuals acquiring what they needed in so many regards, using offices in that regard. And then what I saw was happening in terms of state offices. And I said, wait a second. And I remember getting back to my study at Ibadan and looking it up with Max Weber. And yes, this was this moment. I don't want to go into details, but this is going to be a learning process. So every Nigerian will be able to track all of this. And so this was notion of a patrimonial system back in the feudal era, decentralized. And there was this notion of a prebend. All right, and a prebend was an office. You held that office, and then you were expected to run all the affairs you need to from the proceeds of that office, and then you send some of it upwards. But it was this notion, and I realized, wait a second, this is what is in Nigeria. All right, Nigeria is a decentralized patrimonial system. The higher up you get, then of course you're more modest. All right, so that notion that I now developed, and I have the Nelson Casper, my colleague from Dartmouth. This is State and Class in Africa. This is where it first appeared. There was a journal, but this was all right. And here it is. I wrote on class, state, and prebendal politics in Nigeria, 1983. All right, taking a deep breath now. So, was the sense that first of all, Nigeria was building a republic. But it was building a republic on crumbling stones underneath. The foundations of that republic could not sustain what was being built in the case of this constitutional republic in a very complex country. And then you have these practices, which I realized were so ingrained. In fact, Professor Samuel Yovbari, I think it was, who said, when it came out, he said, we are all prebendalists, right? So there was this recognition of it. All right, so fast forward to today. And, next year, you document the situation in Nigeria, right? And all of the trials. The last one I saw, terror, all of the insecurities, and we know the poverty and so on. We're aware of all of that has happened. But let me point out a few things from 2024. So really moving forward to 2024, which is where we are. And now I have a book here, just came out. I just got my copy, From Reversal to Fortune to Economic Resurgence, right? And this is by Professors Oyelaran, Oyeyinka, and Abejiri. All right, I wrote a blurb for that. And what is that book about? It's really about what I call the grand divergence. The grand divergence. There is a grand divergence, and here it is. We've known the story of what happened in the Asian countries and what happened in the African countries, especially the West African countries, which was seen as more well endowed, their prospects much greater. And then in the 60s, it started, this grand divergence.